past years where there's just a little round. So good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. And welcome to the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. I'm Joyce Betancourt, co-founder of the nonprofit Avicon, or as many of you know me by my avatar name here on stage, Rhiannon Chatnoir. This is our 11th year, which is pretty amazing. And we're delighted to open up with our Open Simulator Core Developer Spotlight. And Open Simulator itself is celebrating 17 years, which is also another amazing number. And the first commit was on January 31st, 2007. And the many developers working on the open source multi-platform, multi-user 3D application server software that is running this conference grid and behind the scenes of hundreds of public and many, many, many more private virtual grid environments. And so we're very thankful for Open Simulator. I will put into chat a video. We created basically a visualization of the development of Open Simulator in the past year, and I'll put it into the local chat here, and then you guys will be able to see that. It's 3 minutes long. You can watch it afterwards, but it shows just the kind of the impact and all the work that it's put into it. In the last year alone, we've reported, or the report that you'll see in that is up to 180 contributors who throughout Open Simulator's development past and present, who've created over 497,854 lines of code through the years, through those 17 years. So the equivalent of over 134 years of human effort. So that's pretty amazing a thing to think of. We are more than thankful, of course, for the core developers who allow many of us as users and grid owners to be able to kind of have these spaces. So with that, I will turn it over to, one quick thing. Of course, I wanted to also thank all the sponsors who you'll see up on the posters, their logos, and also thank, of course, the core developers, but also thank all the presenters who will be here over this course of this weekend, and the many volunteers and organizers that have worked with us to make this all happen. So thank you as well. And you'll be kind of hearing through myself and Lear, who is also the co-chair of the conference with me. And with that, I will turn it over to Cynthia Cologne, or Lear Lobo as she is on the stage. So thank you.
Hey, thank you, Rhiannon, and hello, everyone. Welcome to our OSCC. I want to wish you all a great conference and to let you know how thankful we are to our core developers. I'm up here with some of the most wonderful people in the world, and I'd like to introduce them. Krista Lopez is a professor within the Department of Informatics, Donald Bren School of Information and Computer Sciences at the University of California, Irvine, and a core open simulator developer. Krista developed the Hypergrid protocol, which allows users of one open simulator grid to travel to another grid server with their identity, avatar appearance, and inventory remaining persistent. Melly Milland is a Open Simulator core developer, and Melanie has been an active contributor to the virtual world software in general and Open Simulator in particular. She has been involved in a number of virtual world projects, including creating, with a team of up to 12 developers, her own spin on the Open Simulator software, which powered the Avanation grid. Much of the grid's code, when shared back to the core code, was the base for many of the new Open Simulator 0.9 update features. Yubit Umarov, Open Simulator core developer. Yubit is currently a lead core developer for Open Simulator, and he has been working on the project since 2012. He was instrumental in coding and implementing in the Open Simulator codebase many of the updates that were part of Open Simulator 0.9 through 0.922, and works on resolving issues and developing the upcoming releases. Kevin Cozens, Andrew Hellershanks, is an Open Simulator core developer. Kevin has been a member of the Open Simulator core development team since March of 2014, and he created or maintains several add-on modules, including the OpenSim Search and OpenSim Profile modules, which are useful within the Open Simulator project. Please check out the website found at theconference.opensimulator.org for more info, speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. That's at conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. The conference is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during this session, please share them in World in the text chat or local chat, or send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Let's open with the wonderful developer work from our core devs and code enthusiasts who work hard to track down bugs and examine potential features. If you have a question in the audience, please post it in the text chat. I have it up as we speak. So let's see. Why don't we start with where everyone is today and what you're working on? What are your current interests? Who would like to begin? Krista?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. It's that time of the year again. I have been relatively out of the loop for the past year. There's a lot of other things that got higher priority in my life, and in particular this past quarter, I have been out of California and also on a sabbatical, so I've been really out of the loop. I haven't contributed much to Open Simulator other than paying the bills every month for the server hosting costs, which I must say it's a pleasure to be able to continue to support the community in that way.
Well, that's important, and we're thankful for it. So you're on sabbatical. Well, that's fun, wonderful. That's a great time to recharge.
Yeah, well, yes, maybe. So well, yeah, I'm here. I'm looking forward to hear what everyone is working on and the new developments. I mean, there was a big hype of the Metaverse the past couple of years or so, with Meta getting into some sort of Metaverse that nobody really knows what that was. I think the hype now is over, or at least overshadowed by the next hype of AI. But we're here. it's been 11 years since we started this conference series, and we're still here, which is pretty amazing. We're all 11 years older, but thank God our avatars did not get one day old. So that's great.
That's right. That's right. Well, speaking of this, we appreciate your support. Let's face it, without the server and everything that you do, we wouldn't have an easy place to host our content. And that reminds me, Melanie, this year we were so thankful for your support, and I thought, why don't you tell us what you're working on now?
Well, not much OpenSim actually. Mostly my involvement with OpenSim at this time is OSGrid. Keeping the asset servers alive and improving. And I've just yesterday spoken to Dan, who has said that this is the most stable asset service that OSGrid has had in like ever. So that's one thing. And then I still have on the back burner the little project for creating a new SL voice that can deal with things other than Rivox. I would need help with that project, though. It's not something I can tackle alone because I have to work for a living, and that doesn't leave me enough time for a large-scale multi-platform scope project.
Well, thank you. And thank you for bringing up voice, because of course, at the core dev meetings, we've been talking about it and other options, and we always need new information, new ideas. And that's one of the areas that we're thankful for when you come to conference and you energize us with a lot of different ways of thinking about these problems and how to solve them. So Ubit, what are you working on these days?
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Glad to see you all. Well, I'm in the OpenSim area. I'm been working, trying to make possible that we meet here again next year, keeping OpenSim up to date and running. Hello, did you hear me?
Oh, I did hear you.
Oh.
I muted between those, so you don't hear me.
Okay.
I don't think people have any idea how hard all of you work. You're so modest, and I don't just mean what you do this year, but I mean all of this infrastructure that makes our world possible, right? And why don't you tell us, I know you've been working really hard behind the scenes. There have been commits this year. What have those commits been about? And Andrew, I'm going to get to you in just one moment. So did you want to mention one of the commits?
Well, a lot of them are still about the move to support .NET 6.0, because as you know, Microsoft decided to stop the support of .NET Framework 4 and Mono and moved on into .NET 5. That is actually now .NET 8, but from that we are still targeting .NET 6 because it's a nice platform, better, that's fix some issues that the .NET 6 the .NET 5 add for us. So, still in the migration, that sadly means that we lost some things, namely support for 32-bit CPUs, Intel and AMD class of CPUs. Well, they were still nice, but okay. Everyone is dropping support for them, and .NET, of course, .NET 6 does not support them, so that was a loss. We need to use modern CPUs. And another one is that it lost several components that made us lose something like, for example, our main script engine that was X engine. Good luck that we had replaced it already or we had iEngine already in condition to take over. But that was one of the losses. And also now people need to install the new .NET runtime, even in Windows. While with the .NET Framework 4.0, it was already installed. Nevertheless, it is working, and we take benefit of the improvement code and the improved performance of that .NET 6 and .NET overall does provide us. And about new features, well, we are currently trying to see what that thing called physical rendering materials are about, and as we see it in the Firestorm version 7. And so far it is working. of course, that's still, I think Firestorm is still in an early implementation of that, so we'll see how it goes. But so far, it's working, and maybe the main feature, our beautiful shining feature of our next release of OpenSim 9.3.0. Okay.
Hey, that's exciting. Okay. Well, let's get right back to that in just a moment. Let me introduce Andrew. And Andrew, what are you currently working on?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And yeah, I say 11 years, and wow, we're just 3 years away from 2 decades on open simulator development. It's amazing how time has flown. I've realized how long I've been kind of involved in one way or another with the project. One of my sort of day jobs I'm involved with embedded systems work. I do work on electronics and computers, so I'm doing some work for a company just a number of miles west of me, and they deal with a dedicated computer system that is involved in monitoring and controlling CNC machines, like basically machines that make stuff at various manufacturing plants. My one of those side projects lately has been working on a small little computer system, kind of because I have an interest in vintage computing. One of the best 8-bit microprocessors is basically a 6809 processor, and so I built myself a little board with that processor that fits into an Altoids tin, and I'm currently implementing a Forth-like language for it, and I've got it running. I'm just currently in the stages of debugging. I mostly run Linux, and one of the issues I had, of course, is that when it comes to C#, I usually use a program called MonoDevelop to help me to be able to browse and make changes to the to C# based code. And of course, that project was dropped. It's being replaced by .develop, but I haven't been able to get .develop compiled and up and running. But just recently, I did manage to get some other packages where I went, I think, more to Microsoft to install some stuff, and that's somehow wound up giving me back MonoDevelop. So I'm back being able to work with the code base and other C# projects again now.
Hey, thanks. Well, that sounds fascinating. So, speaking of command control, communications, things like that, you know, Melanie's point earlier about voice, we had a message come in, and here's the question, and I'll let one of you tackle where we should go with this one. What do you think we need to work on to find a solution for voice and world? What would you like to see possible?
Well, I can tell you what I have been up to, if that maybe kickstarts the conversation.
Wonderful.
Found that the combination of mumble murmur is one of the best suited ones because it has a spatial audio implementation. I have a low latency audio engine that I've written in pure C#, which actually implements the bits of protocol that are needed for spatial voice in Murmur, because the original open source C# library that they have on their page doesn't implement that portion. It also doesn't implement channels properly. So I've added all these things, and it basically would need to be hooked into the interfaces for SL voice, but that's something I have not had the time to research, and also the code still needs a lot of cleanup.
Well, that's wonderful, though, because, you know, we've had a lot of conversation about it, but we weren't sure quite how to get started. So that's great to know. So a low latency C# engine, is this for a particular project, or is this something you have passion for that you're developing on your own?
Oh, I have a history of taking part in the Jack Audio Connection Kit project back in the days, which is a low latency engine in C++ that is written for use by musicians on their digital audio workstations. So I took the concepts from that, but not the code, and rewrote it in C# using a number of ready-made components, of course, and based it on the open source C# client for Murmur. And that has actually been tested with quite a few users, and has eventually, after fixing a few bugs, passed these tests, and it would be at a point where it could be taken over and developed further. I don't have the time to do it by myself.
No, we appreciate that, though. That sounds wonderful. So if anyone's interested in voice, or can they reach out to you over IRC, or how might they get in touch?
Well, yes, I'm always on the IRC. You have to mention me by name, then it'll go ping, and I'll see it when I see it.
That's great.
Because I'm like so far off most of these people's time zone that it would be difficult to actually catch me awake.
Oh, I understand. I understand. Well, we only have a minute longer. And so before we move on, please realize we are going to have another session with our core devs and the crowdfunders and speakers over the lunch break. So we'll have a VIP session to discuss this some more. If anyone has questions or comments for our core developers, please direct them directly to them. Ubit, so you mentioned 0.9.3, right? And that you said that has PBR in it. Is that, did I understand you correctly?
Yes, it's at the moment it is working almost everything. It's working with the latest Firestorm Alpha version. There are, of course, a few problems. Even that Firestorm is still not finished. It's still in early development. It's called in name Alpha for a reason, not even beta. And our side, we still have some things to do, like actually, I think it already propagate into ORs, but for example, our map does not do about them. So we still have some work to do. But for now, it looks great. You've seen it.
I have.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
acting like I haven't.
Sure,
There's been a lot of hard work behind that. And for those of you who are new to PBR, just so you know, it's the ability to see shiny and metal and reflections and just all kinds of cool content. Well, I want to thank our core development team for all your hard work. We're excited to have you with us and kicking off our conference. And you're right, the hype with the metaverse, Krista, it's still there, but you're right, AI is on the rise. And of course, it's the conversation this year, isn't it? So thank you to our core developers for their support, past and present, and for Open Simulator. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. Following this session, the next session will begin at 7:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled OpenSim on a Bigger Scale. We encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our core development team, and thank you to our audience. It's a community conference. Welcome.
Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 to 8 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Lone Wolf has been programming since he was 16. For over 40 years, he has built a number of major systems, and Wolf Territories Grid is one of his biggest. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi there. It's a real pleasure to be here. I feel a bit out-teched by the first session, which is really interesting. So I'm the owner of Wolf Territories Grid, and I'm going to talk a bit about what it is. We are the largest by land area OpenSim grid since last month. We are now, we're about 96% the size of Second Life in terms of land area, and I've just put the spelling. Cloud storage, which is quite to avoid space problems with assets, and we're running in a very big Proxmox cluster. So just to give you an idea there, you can see that when it comes to storage, we're using 0% of our available space, but it's not as simple as all that. So this is another little diagram just showing about how we're doing it. We have about 26,000 equivalent Second Life regions, and our whole grid is joined together, so you can actually get from one end to the other. You can sail or fly. Generally, it sort of works from one end to the other. It's very, very fast. So it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter what sort of vehicle you've got. Some vehicles, of course, have something in the script that stops you going. We have, and we can sort that out. Anyway, 26,000 regions joined together. You can spend hours getting lost and exploring. I'm always really excited when our users, we have 800 users, and when they build something new, and that happens a lot, where they suddenly go, "Lone, you should have a look at this." But to do that and to have that infrastructure has required some rewrites of some parts of it. Our asset services, for instance, we don't use the built-in asset service. We have our own asset services that talk to Cloudflare ART. Some of the assets are actually that you get directly from the grid will actually be delivered from a local server to you. So if you're in the States, when you first request certain things from the grid, instead of it coming, it'll come from our servers in Germany, and then it'll be bounced off the servers in the States. So that makes it real quick to get things down. So on top of the whole base of OpenSim, which is incredible, and it's really an honor to be here with the guys who are basically behind it, we have a whole stack of other things as well, because obviously to manage the amount of servers we have takes a lot more than just the standard OpenSim package or even using anything else. Of course, all our regions are running on Linux. Our whole grid is running on Linux, mostly Debian 11. We use some Ubuntu servers as well for certain things. So we have the equivalent of 26,848 Second Life sims. We get about 4,300 visitors per month, but that's going up all the time. And I think we're about 200 visitors a month behind OS Grid, but we've only been going for 3 years, which is why we haven't got that many registered users. We have a web control panel, which you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, and that has some real cool tech in it. So our users, for instance, when you buy a region, you can go into there and use the terrain generator and click, and it will randomly generate a terrain for your region. You click a button and bang, you've got beautiful mountains, and they're all unique because it's randomly generated. It took me about 3 months to write that. The other things you can do is through our control panel, you can do things like changing your region name, we have globits and podex, so you could choose a grid currency. You can change the physics engine. You can scale your region. So if you need more resources, you can see how your region is doing in terms of user RAM and processor. You can restart your region. You can update your map. You can see the console of your region, but it's all done through a web control panel. Now that's actually more complicated than it looks, because obviously we've got all these servers. So being that we've got like 11 region servers, your region will be sitting somewhere on one of those servers. So when you hit like update map or restart region, the grid infrastructure has to go and find your region on your server, log into it, do what you need to do, and then leave it there. It has taken an awful lot of crying and pain to do that, and getting the latency going for this type of grid has been very, very hard. There is a point where you cannot just run with standard OpenSim, because when you get above a certain number of regions, is what we found. When we got to about 400 regions, I started having all kinds of problems and latency issues, and things were really slow. We had issues with region crossings and teleporting, and actually it was all down to one thing. I thought it was down to the actual regions themselves, because it wasn't all the regions. It was down to database latency. So what we have is we have 3 database services in a cluster, and what that basically means is that 2 of them can blow up and the other one will still carry on. And the way they're run, they also get backed up every night, obviously, onto the cloud storage, but it just means it's really, really stable in terms of database latency. But database speed, the speed at which your grid accesses the database, affects everything else. And that was the one thing that took a long time to learn, because it did look, we have a region on our grid with 120,000 prims, and he's got about 16,000 scripts running on it. And he said it's the first time he's ever had, and it's actually an 8x8. And he said it's the first time in 10 years we've had it running properly. So that was really interesting. So good. Okay, next slide. Where's the button there? Okay, so a bit about our asset servers. So, so the beauty of having Cloudflare R2 storage is that our assets are stored on masses and masses of servers. Don't know how many. Cloudflare don't tell us. But that gives us about 10 petabytes of available space if we ever need it. You pay by the amount of space and transfers you do. And the first month we ran our Cloudflare asset storage, it worked really brilliantly, but it cost $280, which is an awful lot to store your assets. So I rewrote the asset service so that it actually utilizes the way that object storage works. If you've not heard about object storage or what it is, it's a really cool way of storing things where you write it once and read it a lot of times. So for instance, YouTube videos, YouTube use it, and different types of storage and assets are perfect for it, because of course we write them once and then we read them a lot of times. And by redoing that, we use DNS load balancing. What that means is we've got a pile of asset servers and it just randomly chooses one, because it's a very fast movement. So yes, so using Cloudflare's constant delivery network. Bobby. Okay. So Crystal Frost Viewer, for those of you who don't know, we're involved in that. Bobby is helping me as well. Bobby's our AI robot. He's actually part of the infrastructure. I'll talk a bit about him in a minute. We are a part of the developers group with Crystal Frost Viewer, which is something coming out, and they've got, and also we are working with it's a tiny weeny web company called Dream Hosting AC, but she has direct links into the data center. So we get our stuff, we can spin up servers very quickly. We get really amazing support. So we are all, everything's just really cool. I remember when she first arrived, I was running my, when we started, we only had like 100 regions. I was running on like 9 servers at Contabo. And anyone who's used Contabo is absolutely brilliant until you have to raise a ticket and your server's down. And she arrived on my region and said, would you be interested in moving to my little hosting company? Because I've got direct contact with the people in the data center and I can look after you. And she's been absolutely brilliant. And we moved to her due to a disaster, because we all know what they're like, hosting disasters. Okay, so next thing. Okay, so Bobby is our ChatGPT-4 AI. Now it's not quite as simple as just connecting the grid to ChatGPT-4. We have a big database and all kinds of things going on in between him to maintain contexts, because normally with ChatGPT-4, if you connect something to it, it won't remember things that you've said to it before. So I'm going to just talk to it now. So Bobby, hello. Now, the other thing about Bobby is Bobby knows all about the grid. He won't work properly on this grid. As you can see, he's lying down for some reason. I don't know why. We actually have our OpenSim modified to support him. And he's very tired because he's had a long day. So Bobby knows all about Wolf Territory's grid. Okay, we do actually sell Bobby to other grids, but there is a price for him because we have to do a lot of coding and teaching him all about your grid. So Bobby, where should I buy a Ford Mustang? Okay, so we're going to ask him a simple kind of question. I've no idea why he's lying down. He's never done that before. Silly boy. So you can ask him a question. He does take a little while to think about it because obviously it's AI. So he suggests Blindside Motors, which is a fantastic place to buy them. And he even gives you how to search in Firestorm and where to get the data. And in fact, that link at the bottom there is actually him saying it. So what we can also do is say, Bobby, tell me that in French. Okay. And he'll remember what he just said to me and that I'm talking to him about this. So if you go and talk to him today and come back tomorrow, he'll remember what you talked to him about to an extent. They obviously won't remember everything. It depends. We will expand that in the future, but for now, that's what he's doing. So there he goes. So he's now told me the same thing in French. So now, yep, if you ask him a question. So he's just gone to Rhiannon because she's asked a question. So he's now thinking about that. In the middle of my demonstration, Rhiannon. Right. So he writes scripts as well. Bobby, write me an LSL script to. Okay, guys, there you go. So he's answered your question. He is on a percentage, of course, but Bobby actually does some stuff with the grid itself. Okay, but if you want to try Bobby out, you can go to our welcome area. And there's one there for you. He's there, and you can have a lovely chat with him. Okay, good. I'm going to move on. I might show you. There we go. So you can see he stacks the questions. Poor love. Overworked and underpaid. Okay, so I'm going to go back again. I just wanted to show you in writing scripts. To change. Build a box. Let's see, to change the color of a box in LSL. You have to tell him what language you're writing in. He has been used. Jimmy Olsen's got a huge space area on our grid. We have a huge sci-fi area. It's like 150, 130, 160 second life regions made. It's different people who've got sci-fi regions and they're all kind of together, and he had a problem with the script and he asked Bobby to fix it, and he did, so which was kind of exciting. So there you go. So this is a little script here that he's just written, and I can, it's just very simple. I'm just going to quickly res a little box, make a new script. I'm going to grab the script that he's just written, and I'm just going to paste it in there. Hit save. It's a really simple script. He'll write more complicated scripts if we needed to. I'm just going to click on it, and there it randomly changes color. So there you go. So that's a bit of Bobby. Bobby is part of our infrastructure. He actually monitors the grid as well, and he knows, for instance, which are the busiest regions, and he knows where to find things. So you can ask him questions about that sort of thing. And he is trained to learn about our grid as people use it. So that little box there, that script was written by AI, and I can even do things like, Bobby, how do I make an omelette in the style of Yoda? Okay, because he knows all about Star Wars, which is really good. I have no idea why he's lying down. He's never done that before, but I think it just might be. It might just be because he's tired, poor love. He's had a long day and he's come a long way, so chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. I don't know why. He's never done that before. Just wait a second for him to do that. So talking a bit about how he's going to be working in the future is he's timed out. That's partly because of he's running on a foreign grid and it doesn't have the stuff he needs to do it. So I've got 5 minutes remaining. So I'm going to do any questions. Any questions? Well, Lear asks the question I just asked him. He will answer it, but the timeout thing is because we have to set things. So are there any questions? Do come and visit us at Wolf Territories Grid. The website I'll put in chat. It's https://wolfgrid.com, and the land is at grid.wolfterritories.org 8002. Yeah, he probably needs. So he probably is. He hasn't got. It's complicated. There's a reason why he's doing that, to do with the region itself. But do come over. You can come over to the grid itself. That's a very good question. I know what he thinks. He'll even tell you what to feed me. Yeah, that we have. It is beautiful. Some of the regions there are really huge. And Luna's, go and see Luxor as well. Luxor is incredible. It's something I always take people to see. I go and visit it about 3 times a week. There's Luxor. There's Luna's store as well, which is where we're visiting. Wolf Mountain. There's the whole science fiction area, Europa, which has been built by Jimmy Olsen. If anyone has trees on the region, the chances are Jimmy Olsen made those. We've got the Wild West area. So yeah, basically, you're right, Mal. Thanks for that comment. So basically, we've got some AI that actually generates the landscape terrains. They're not mesh. They are actual real terrains, and you have to go and stand on top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere. You can do that in our grid. Just go and land there. Go for a walk. You can get a free horse, and they're quite well behaved horses, even for beginners. And you could just ride for miles. There's trains running all over the place across regions. There's shopping. If you hit search, and we've got a destination guide as well, you can see what's going on there. You can ask Bobby what events are on, and he'll tell you where to find out. There's all kinds of things to do, and it's really grown. And we've just got some amazing people who've joined the grid and have built some just beautiful things. He'll answer that as well. I'm not sure what he's going to say to that. So yeah, we've got the national park up north. Rhiannon, yes, basically. So what happens is when you click on you kind of go into your control panel for the region, and you click next, and it goes off and does a load of AI and maths and things, and then comes back with the terrain. And you click next, and you just keep doing it until you find the one you like. You hit apply, and literally it's on your region there and then. Mountains, rivers, everything. It's pretty unique. I mean, it took a lot of writing. And the main issue actually was not so much the maths, but more the speed of it, because the original one took about half an hour to actually generate the terrain. So, okay, I've got a minute left. So, any other questions? I am always available. I'm quite friendly, really. If people want to friend me and ask questions, that's cool. Otherwise, I think done.
You wonderful session. I love Bobby too. We'll give him a round of applause. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for an informative and interesting presentation. We'll have to come out and visit. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Open Simulator WordPress Interface with W4OS. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on these presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Lone Wolf, and to you, the audience.
real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Open Simulator WordPress Interface with W4OS. Our speaker is Gudule Lapointe. Gudule Lapointe is founder and public face of Speculous World that she created in 2011. He is a respected creator who is currently involved in the development of W4OS, the Open Simulator WordPress interface. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to apologize. My neighbor started heavy works today, and I hope it will not disturb my speech. Sorry for that. I make my best to reduce it. So, I'm Gudule Lapointe, and I am 12. Yeah, not me. My avatar is 12, and Speculous Grid also. And during all these years, I faced the same challenges as most of you, getting a fully operational grid and offer all the features Open Simulator Core provides, the main ones, but not all of them. You need to install at least a web interface, web asset servers, and a couple of helpers, and for those who need it, a currency server. That makes a handful of different applications, each of them from different projects using different platforms or languages. And even when they use the same language, they use different standards, and so it's a little bit of a mess. So that's how I came with the W4OS plugin. WordPress for Open Simulator. In my head, I say way for OS, but that's up to you. And this allows to have everything on the same website. The user registration and also all the content you want to put on the website in a single place. It started 6 years ago, but by then it was only a collection of helpers. And 4 years ago, I decided to put everything in a plugin, and chose WordPress for that, to have a one-stop shop for all needs: user registration, grid management, in-world, and web helpers. I chose WordPress because it's one of the most popular CMS. So there are a lot of people already using it, and if you don't know it, there are a lot of chances you know somebody who can help you. It allows central grid management, and it should be an easy setup. And about the easy setup, I got several support requests, and I understood it was not as easy as I would want. It's already way better than installing all the third-party pieces, but there were more work to do. So I focused development on making the whole process easier. I rearranged the settings in several distinct pages. And yeah, that's the next slide, actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, up. Right, yes. And they are organized by the functionalities. Everywhere I could, I asked extended explanations, instructions to help user to understand what the settings are made for, what's the scope. And I also prepared, I made, sorry, a troubleshooting guide, but for now it's only in a text file within the plugin or on the website. It will be integrated in a section later also, but it contains the most issues people were faced. I added basic translations for French and Dutch. I globally made them myself. The other one are automated translation. So if people want to contribute to the translation, it's good. And if you wonder why there is a Welsh translation, it's a tribute to one of our most creative member in Speculoos Grid. So with the plugin, the first thing is the avatar registration. The plugin allows users to register an avatar from the website. The accounts are synchronized with the WordPress accounts. You can protect some names. For example, in my grid, I don't want people to register, I don't know, John Speculoos and things like that, or admin or things like that. So they are protected. The staff, the admin can still make an avatar with those names, but from the console. It cannot be done from the website. And they can choose, users can choose their initial outfits. I rewrote totally the models settings page. The models are basically fake avatars, which are dressed with the required outfit. And they are defined by a name pattern. So in this example, any avatar with the first name or the last name being default will be listed in the models. But you can also just use a custom list. It's not something I would recommend, but it can be done. So you choose custom list and you select manually every avatar that needs to be considered as a model. And there is the web profile. So the web profile you use in Word is available on the website also. So I will make a quick tour of some of the functionality. We have blocks like grid status or grid info. So that's a basic need. It's also available as widgets for the dashboard. And you have also the registration form, so you can put it in any page you want to. And it's an option, but you can enable configuration instructions once the people have chosen their avatar. They get basic instructions on how to configure their browser, but they are a viewer. Sorry. You have a block with popular places. That's useful for the website homepage or the splash screen, and that's new and still work in progress. We have the web search. In some viewers, you have in the search in the search window, you have an option. The first option is a web search. So this allows to define a web search page, which is different from the other tabs of the search palette. So this is an example of the splash page. And as you see, I can use the different blocks made available by the plugin. Here I use the green info, the popular place, and the latest news from the website. That's the whole point of it, is to be able to mix the content of the website and the OpenSIM functionalities. There is a new destination guide that's also a work in progress. It's not available in all viewers, but as you see on the screen on the left, there is a small button, and then you have a destination guide. It's really useful. So I implemented that. As you see, there are not yet the thumbnails are not yet there, and there will be the basic description of the places. But yeah, it works. And yes, that's the web search. So that's what I explained earlier. Now you have the ability to use web search. It will evolve. For now, it's only a search on the places, but it should allow other criteria like the rating of the place, the categories. I think it will be done in the next months. Okay, about the helpers. The web assets servers, that's also something absolutely needed if you want to use grid contents on the website. So particularly it's for the images. The inward search, so that's allowed to use the normal inward search features of the viewer. The economy, so that provides the web helpers for economy. You still have to install the appropriate module on OpenSIM in OpenSIM binaries, the DLL. And offline messages, mail delivery, it could disappear in the future, but because as I understand, it begins to be implemented in core OpenSIM. But for now, it's still there. So that's the settings for the search helpers. As you see, for all the settings, I have examples explaining where to put the settings in the OpenSIM configuration or robust configuration. And here are examples of the search. We've seen earlier the web search, but that's the standard search. That's for land sales. The classifieds, which are handled a little bit differently. And the events, which are linked to the to-do IP events server, which allows to show events from several grids. For now, it includes the whole OSCC calendar. So I made a quick tour. The next moves. For some reason, OpenSIM Core allows several avatars to share the same email address. So that was something when I discovered that, I said, okay, the plugin has to allow it too. So it required a rewrite, which is still in progress. I know last year I said it would be done early 23. It's not. But this works allowed me to work on the rest, more modular architecture, better settings, and that's a part of the work that is already in the in the plugin release. The current release is, with all the functionalities I showed you, is already available on the website, on the GitHub repository, or and will be released soon in the WordPress repository. So thank you. This project is a huge work. It relies a little bit on financial support, but mostly on the feedback. I have already I've seen that more than 20 users use this plugin, which seems already a lot to me for a niche market like this one. And people asking me questions allow me to fix bugs and also to realize some things people need and I didn't think about. So the more feedback I get, the better. And that's it. Thank you very much. I will add a few links to the project and the related links here. And if there is time for questions, that's okay for me.
I'm so glad you asked. We did have one question. Lisa Laxton was asking how she can reach out to you to connect with what you're doing and some of the projects they're working on. Do you have contact info for people to contact you?
Oh yes, on the w4os.org website there is a contact form. You can also contact me directly via my avatar. And yeah, I would be happy to get contacted for that.
Great. So that's w4os.org for contact information. Thank you. Well, what a fantastic session. And let's see. Oops. I'm so sorry. All of a sudden, all my pages decided to flip at the exact same moment. Here we go. Thank you, Gudule, for such an informative and interesting presentation. We love these kinds of connections. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:30 in this keynote region, and it's entitled The Art of Smoothly Moving Objects in OpenSim. We also encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information from our presenters and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Gudule, and to you, the audience.
Every knowing chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. guitar strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
We're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. Now, we have a special note for this session, so please be prepared to alt-click on our speaker, Kelso Uxlay, to see his amazing entrance. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Art of Smoothly Moving Objects in OpenSim. Our speaker is Kelso Uxlay. Kelso and his partner Dabici Stralino share a grid that recreates the changing seasons of Eastern Canada. Kelso puts magic in the builds through his scripting skills. Please check out the website found at opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send them to at OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Alt-click our speaker and let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to make you this presentation, The Art of Smoothly Moving Object in OpenSim. This is a showcase of scripted object. So, what is a keyframe? My speakeasy does not work anymore, apparently. So the keyframe is a concept that is borrowed from traditional cartoon animation technique, which represent the ends of a movement to which intermediate images are subsequently added. The image that you see on the screen shows 3 keyframes, and the illustrations that are in gray were added subsequently. So in the case of 3D environments like Second Life or OpenSim, it is the simulator which calculate the intermediate images. So from a starting position and orientation, the simulator calculates how to move an object and at what speed to take it to the position and orientation of the next frame within a given time. So to make it shorter, today I will use the abbreviation KeyFM a lot. So I'm talking about the KeyFM function, the KeyFM object, or KeyFM script. So a single keyframe looks like this at the bottom of the screen. It's a triplet of 3 values. There is a vector, it's a position vector. Then there is a rotation, which is the orientation of the object, and there is a timing. So when we call the function, we just in a script we set his name, set keyframe motion. And then between the parentheses, there are 2 lists. There is a list of keyframes. That list can be very, very long. And there is a list of options. So the way it reads is that if you want to specify a list of position, each keyframe is interpreted relative to the previous transform of the object. That is, as an example, move the object 1 meter to the north while rotating the y-axis by 40 degrees and do that in 2 seconds. So what's important here is that the KMF function never refers to region's coordinates. One of the advantage of keyframe motion is that it bypasses a major timer constraint in scripted motion in OpenSim. One problem we have in OpenSim for scripted movement is that the timer cannot run faster than half a second. So there are lots of scripts that move object fluidly in Second Life, but don't work very well in OpenSim. In addition, since timers consume a lot of server resources, it's always best when you can avoid them when it's possible. So the KMF function can use the server internal clock without spanning any additional timer process, and that's a big advantage. In addition, the timing of the key clock is not limited to half a second. It can go much, much faster. So this is also excellent. Caveats, when you run scripts that have the KMF function, collisions with other objects are always ignored by the simulator and by all scripts. So an object, a KFM object, will pass through walls, through objects, even under the region terrain sheet. So consequently, when you want to deploy objects that move around in your region, you have to be careful in the way you lay out the trajectories. Otherwise, your script, your KMF object will go through walls. So it's not a problem when you want to deploy things like birds or fish because there's a lot of empty space, but it's so often problematic for animals like horses, dogs, etc. So examples of use. This is the part of the talk where I will need to move, and so be ready to follow my avatar. So the first example that I will show you is a very simple example. It's the big red door behind me. This is the first script that I wrote with the function. It's simply an open, and it closes the door. So the door opens, and then after 5 seconds, it will close by itself. That was my first script. I think it was back in 2016 when I started to explore the use of this function. The second one, somebody clicked on it apparently. Whoa. Please don't touch it. It's a double door swing, and I need to reset it. So please refrain from clicking on the object. It has moved. Okay, we'll just run it that way. It's a swing door. So if I click on it from here, you will see the two are opening. And if I click from the other side, somebody else clicked on it. So I guess I will have to change the script a little, prevent multiple clicking at once. So that's the idea. The next script that I want to demonstrate is the use of a ladder. So I'm moving here to this side of the screen. If I double click on this ladder, my avatar will quickly jump on the top and climb up. If I double click at the top, I'm climbing down. Now I'll show you how it works. I will first reveal an object that is normally invisible by setting it semi-transparent and moving it sideways a little bit. Just a moment, I need to put local. Here it is. So you see now I have two objects. This semi-transparent prim normally covers the ladder, the ladder itself is not scripted. The object that's scripted is the invisible prim. If I click on it, you will see what's happening. The prim will shrink to about the size to a much smaller size, and then will transport me to the top. Look at this. Same things to come down. What's nice about this script is that it does not need to be reset if you change the position of an object and you change its size and its orientation. Let me see, I will turn it sideways completely. And make it a bit shorter so that I don't fall upside the stage. And bingo, you will see it's working again. So that concludes this one. The next example that I want to show are pendulums. So I'm going to the big pendulum to the right, to the left of the stage, and I'm sitting on it. This object is the only one for which I have not written the script. The script is coming from the examples of the Second Life wiki on the function. It's a library of different types of pendulums, and I thought it was great, so I'm just using it to show you. The first one that I want to show is a top swing. Nice stop. The next one is a bobblehead. Stop. Next one is a regular swing. This one is very nice. It's a tire swing. And the last one is a tangle swing. Done. There is in this library also a script for a rocking boat, but the one I will show you, which I wrote, is much better. So we have now this big blue boat in front of the scene. You see, if it's already moving a little, I will. There are three settings. I can make it move a little bit stronger. And the last one is severe. It's almost like a storm. So I'll put it back on gentle. This can also be used for floating ice. So it's a nice example of a script that work on Harmony. The next example are guided itineraries. Actually, the butterfly rider that I used when I came on the stage is an example of a guided itinerary. But it's hard to show on the screen, so I'll just show you a few examples of things that we have available in the region of Valley. So you have here our KMF touring station. There are several rides. You can do sleigh rides. You can do cross-country ski tour. There are 7 kilometers of cross-country trails, all operated with KMF scripts. Here's an example of my partner Dabichi and her dog doing a nice trail in the night, at night. We have a KMF chairlift. There's another bigger one that for which I have no picture, but it's a way to go back. In the summer times, we have and other seasons we have lots of boat tours. And the fall, we have a hell of a bike ride tour. It's the fastest that I have ever made. It's really amazing. And a spectacular one, penny farthing on a steel wire. There's a steel wire that is half a kilometer long on which you can travel at no risk. A next example that I want to show you now are tracker objects. So the first one here is a little tracker object, a little robot that's circling around me. This is a classic of Second Life reinterpreted. It's from Ali Rai, and she was a marvelous builder for several years in OpenSim. In Second Life. And I would like to draw your attention to a presentation in this conference tomorrow afternoon by Kayaker Magic and Ada Radius. They're building a library of all the objects of this marvelous builder, and there is a grid dedicated to the collection. So I will donate the script for the collections because this the original script from Second Life is the perfect example of a script that doesn't work in OpenSim because of the clock. So I've written a new script for that and added a few twists. For example, the little droid can scan object. Yeah, it's just scanning me now. And one important point is that there is no timer involved in making that script run. There is also no timer for the chatter sounds that it emits randomly. So it's kind of nice. Next, I want to show you a very different kind of tracker object. If you watch behind me, in a few seconds, you should see a big eye. Ignore. So this eye is also a follower, but instead it follows the position and the orientation of my camera. So if I go and take a look at the Lear, you see the big eye following my camera, and I can go and do a tour in the region. So this is my camera traveling now, and you see what's possible. The HUD that I wear allows me to res different kind of objects, so I could replace the big eye by something like a ghost or a big flying pumpkin. I'm not going to do that now, but I will do something else. I will res the NPC. Uxlay. So now I have a copy of myself that can fly around and talk to visitors, because I can communicate through chat on channel 0 at any distance in a sim. Oh. Next. Next should be okay. Next is the little robot in front of the in the center of the stage. I suggest you click on it with your Alt key so you'll be able to follow it. Starting motion. This robot is not a follower. It decides by itself where to go. He has only instructions to move in a radius right now of 8 by 8 and with changing altitude of 1.5 meters. So, but it recalculates constantly new direction, and I can turn shortly a ribbon trail so that you see the nice curved path that it's doing. But it's filling up your screen, so I'll probably stop it now. Next, I'm going to mention a feature that's really important, but barely documented. There are events, moving start and moving end, that are not explicitly mentioned in the function documentation. And it's a pity because it took me years to discover that they existed in that context. They add tremendous flexibility to KFM scripts. They make it possible, for instance, to execute other blocks of commands at specific times during a run without having to resort to timers. You can change animation, change position and angle of the camera, make a comment in chat, things like these. I'll now show you how it works. The trick to make use of this is to split your list in keyframes in a series of smaller lists and call them in a user-defined function. When they're called in sequence, each of these small lists will trigger a moving start and a moving end event. So instead of executing a single function, you execute several, and with the counter, you know which one to run next. Here is how the code looks like. On the top, you have a single line, set keyframe motions with a list of 5 keyframes. Instead of running that, I'm doing what's in the lower part of the screen. First, I define an integer I step to keep track of where I am. And the first, the step 0 is only 1 frame. At the end of this frame, it will execute. It will increase the counter by 1 and execute step 1. At the end of step 1, it will increase again the counter by 1 and execute step 2. So I'm going to show you how it works using the prim that is right here in front of me. I'm going to reset that. So when I will sit on this prim, my avatar will take a meditation position, hold it for 3 seconds, then change animation and start moving, wait for 3 seconds again and come back. So here it is, waiting for 3 seconds, changing animation, moving, waiting for 3 seconds, and coming back. So the 5 keyframes were executed that way. And without timer, I was able to synchronize the change of animation very precisely. I'll do it a second time. wait 3 seconds, change animations and fly, wait 3 seconds, come back and eject. So most of these objects are available in the booth, so you can get them. The scripts are free to use. Find out more. If you want to know how to build those objects and study the functions, we'll offer a series of courses, initially in French, on the Atlas grid. The dates will be announced later in the Francophone groups on OpenSim World. And if there is sufficient demand, I will offer the course in English at a later date. I'd like at this point thank people who have inspired me over the years by their scripts, Dora Gustafsson, Kayaka Magic, Ferd Federiks, and Gimiza Cerise, and Kira Komarov. All their scripts have helped me to develop my own expertise over the years. That concludes what I wanted to tell today. If there are any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them.
I have not seen any questions yet. Any questions for our speaker? And you can come by his booth in OSCC Expo Zone 3 to pick up some of these objects and to talk about the content. Well, thank you, Kelso, for an informative and interesting presentation. You know, as a reminder to our audience, we will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org website to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session. We will begin at 9:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Expanding Virtual Experiences with EEP Creations. Please enjoy a short break. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC Expo poster expo in the OSCC Expo Zone 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again for our speaker and to you, the audience.
Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. Every knowing chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Passion so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Expanding Virtual Experiences with EEP Creations. Our speaker is Nyx Breen. Nyx is known for fine art photography for over 30 years, private and commercial, from traditional to modern. He is a founding member of the Revere Public Arts Commission and Fort Point Arts Community member. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed. Please let us know if you have questions at pound OSCC 23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, welcome to OSCC 23. As Lear said, my name is Nyx Breen. I'm a virtual 3D artist who creates immersive art experience. This means your avatar can enter into a 3D immersive space and be part of the art. Your view of the art experiences changes every time you look, move, fly, or change your viewer perspective. With distance or direction, it is no longer just a 2D piece of art, but an immersive piece of art. On the image that you see on the screen, that's a long shot inside of an 8x8 VAR where the sky is moving and the reflection on the ocean is moving itself. And that's all created by using EEP. I was asked by Thurza the following question. EEP is a great creative tool because And I had to think about that for a bit, and I came up with the EEP project is one of the last unexplored artistic possibilities for creators in virtual worlds. Individuals construct an environment that enhances the theme or mood of the type of creation that they're currently building. You could have a standalone as an arbitrator for their desired perception of what the effect can be. You don't even need prems. You can make an environment that is not seen usually in virtual worlds. Alrighty. These are a couple of different looks, and all I'm doing is changing the EEP effect from the same location where the last shot was, and you see that the sky has changed, what's in the sky has changed, how the lights look upon the prems that I do here have, and the water effect itself. We'll give you one more, to the point where you can have three-dimensional looks down into the ocean as you fly over it, or go over it in any vehicle, a boat, a car, or just walk across it itself. Come on with the HUD. All right, half of what you see on the screen is sky and water. This leaves a massive creative possibility that's unchanged in artistic ways. It seems like a loss of creating a comprehensive, immersive virtual experience. So today's discussion examines something other than the steps to create EEP effects found available at either the SL community or the Firestorm Quick Preference, the Firestorm project. You need to go in and read them and learn the basic fundamentals. That's not what I'm going to address today. I'm going to address beyond that. So if you'd like to visit, make sure that you have all of what you need on. I'm getting lost with people talking, excuse me. On a personal note, I utilized a Firestorm viewer, so I follow the Phoenix guidelines is what I did to help augment after I'd learned this process, and they came up with a process that was a little more inclusive in how to do it. The step-by-step tutorials will introduce the fundamentals to required. Read them, learn them, apply them, experiment with them, explore them. All right, I'm going to focus on the creating EEPs that produce artistic moods and effects beyond traditional sky and water environments. And as you can see, same place, a different look, and how the sky moves, the water moves, and what I've got up in the sky itself. The critical process steps and how I interpret them in an artistic mindset, addressing the pre-effects required with texture creations and applying post-application effect settings will affect what it looks like and how it affects the look of your builds. Alrighty, the challenge is that OSCC version OpenSims 0910 does not support EEP. So what I'm going to ask you to do is during the lunch break, come and visit me over at Pangea to experience the actual effect itself. Looking at a photo, as we all know, is not the same as being immersed into the space. There is the hop to get there. If you ask me later on during lunch, I'll be here. I'm going over to the Pangea sim to show people this. You'll be able to experience a lot more of what this looks like. When you get there, though, you're going to have your shared environment on, max draw, particles, music. The higher your settings, the better your viewing experience and immersive experience will be when there. All right, let's get to the creative process itself. Think of the approach as creating an environment that accentuates or even conveys the mood or theme of your build or theme on the land that you have itself. I started the process to create a distinct art gallery style that fits the type of 3D virtual art I create. I used images of the artist as textures while applying them to the sky and ocean. It was basic and fundamental, but then I started to work with them a little bit more and more and applying them up in the sky, and it created a great working environment. So when it's combined with mesh prims and particles, I have a completely immersive environment that expanded and complemented the build, i.e. the gallery I had where pictures were displayed in unique ways, not your usual, it's a picture frame up. I used holograms, I used projections, I used mesh prims, or I alpha it a bit so you can see through it. It's a unique experience that is not seen a lot in virtual worlds. All right, once I mastered the required basic skills, I expanded the style and effects by combining different textures and settings selected when adjusting the textures themselves. Combination of different sky and ocean EEP selections will change the look of two textures that are sets of the sky and ocean created to match. So I've got, you know, Bizarro Land as the sky and a Bizarro Land ocean or sea effect, but I might change that with moody gray or whatever I want, either the sky or the sea, and it makes them different. So you've got a large combination of what you can do and create once you start this process. You'll need to have a photo editing program to create compelling effects, but even with basic photo manipulation skills, one can create a dynamic effect inside of their region where they're working in. The view allows you to manipulate the settings, producing multiple effects to the texture or textures you apply to the sky and ocean settings. Basic steps for textures are simple. 1, find the images that fit the theme. Maximum effect required are 4 textures to create the broadest range of multiple derivatives. Sky, ocean, sun, and moon is what you're going to be working with inside of the fixed environment HUD that changes those features inside of your sim. With a JPEG, ensure it's tiled so it has a clean look when applying. JPEGs allow for essential looks that work well with the sun and moon application. An example could be an artist's portrait as large as from the ocean to the top of the sky as part of it, or for different regions in the sea or ocean. Alrighty. So let's move to the next texture. PNG or target textures create wonderful sky and ocean effects. Cutting out portions of the PNG background allows the sky, sun, and moon to shine through, and when it flows across, because you control the speed and how it looks and where it goes, is dramatic and dynamic looking. As you can see on the screen, the EEP process is all in inventory. So it's basically assets that you're working for. So you open up your inventory and you go down to settings and you click on it, open, and you create a new setting. So what occurs is you get a look like this. I always start off with the clouds first. And I recommend for more advanced looks that you use PNG or alpha textures because they're just going to be more dramatic. So your settings, right click, select the sky, water, day cycle. I open and did sky first. All right, then I'm going to take and pull my texture in and apply the effect settings. You've got your coverage, scale, variances, directions, the density, and the cloud details. All of these information, the details of what they are and what they do, are in the tutorials from either Second Life or from the Firestorm viewer. Not enough time to drill into all of them. All right. The process I use, activate the fixed environment HUD. Start with the clouds, put a PNG texture in there, and start playing with the effects. Learn how they work, how they move back and forth, how you see depth perception, the density, all of that's important. You've got to do that by trial and error at first. Stand in the middle of your pot is a good tip, forgive me, and then select fly and move up to about 1,000 meters so that you can see how it looks at different heights and what it looks like from the land. My tip is to type GTH, then a space, and then the height you want, 1,000 in local chat, and hit and enter the keyboard. Make sure you're flying, otherwise you'll start falling when you get there. When you hit it, it'll bring you up to the meters in the sky that you had designated. I usually do about 1,000 because that gives you enough to see the whole area at one particular time. Allows you to view area, horizon, viewing from above and looking down. It's a helpful way to build this. I usually just build a platform, put a temporary LM, throw it up in my toolbar, you know, favorites across the top, and you can go back and forth. It's a process to do this, but once you get it down, it's not that hard. All right, the cloud tab. The settings, you can change the size, depth, and direction of how the cloud applied texture looks in the sky. Practice and discover what the effects are. Coverage and scale should move in small amounts. In most cases, variance can be applied in a much broader range. And it sounds like, what's he mean? Do it and you'll see. It helps a lot. All right, let's go to the next one. Cloud density and detail changes the X and Y axis, and D, the density, position of the applied textures, and the density of how it looks when you look at it. By density, I mean fuller or less of what you're looking at. All right, important. Cloud applied textures, speed, and directions are critical. Too fast a speed can be uncomfortable to observe. It makes me ill, and usually I can go, and I do a lot of 3D art stuff that's crazy looking, but it's just a little too much. So the speeds tend to be a lot smaller, personally, for me and for people that visit these things, because I don't want anyone to be overwhelmed or feel queasy when looking at the type of things I create. All right, Sun Moon tab. We're in the Sun Moon tab. Let it res up here. And these work with a few extra steps. You apply the colors. Did I miss it? Hold on one second, folks. Clouds. Color controls. Nope, attitude. It doesn't want to seem to apply. But you put your textures in the Sun, Moon, and tabs. All righty, forgive me if we can't see them. And what it's going to do, it's going to open your map up, look at, identify what direction you're looking at, and decide if you want to change the east and west sunrise or sun settings. In some situations, you might want to bring the sun and moon to overlap each other. There's all different ways that you can apply these effects for the best for your theme. You place your pointer on it, move it, or you can take and use the sliders. Always remember that if you want them equal distance from each other, it's going to be 180 degrees opposite. Finer degrees of positioning, different looks that can affect when changing the direction of the sun and moon are seen. I usually use artist or artistic looking things that fit the theme of what I'm doing. The azimuth is the location of the sun and moon. Raising or lowering the heights produce different effects. How the sun and moon or the textures that are in there reflect on the water, and the size of it for the horizon itself. Larger and closer to the horizon, the sun applied textures look creates a massive effect across the full height of one side of the sim when you have it set up. Ready? You can have both sun and moon 180 degrees apart. Work with them, see what works best for you. Atmosphere and lighting tabs. That's where we're at right here. All right. These control the color and effect of how the applied cloud, sun, moon textures appear in the sky and underneath the water. It affects the whole region that you're in. Ambient, blue horizon, blue density controls colors are used to create moves and the color palette that you're creating. I have discovered personally that the ambient color will affect the overall light cast of your builds and on your avatars. So you may have a shade of the color that you pick as your ambient color. So you may have a pink cast to yourself or a blue cast. So it's not going to be clear, but it's definitely going to be workable for you when you're in your sim doing it. Alrighty. Moving the intensity of the color and using darker colors seems to work best. Remember your color wheel and use complementary or opposite type colors that will give different effects to what you're doing. Then you want to save and name your new sky and water EPP settings. Follow the SL or Firestorm EEP directions to save and apply, and you will have the ability to change the effects while you're in your sim in a live situation. Thank you for your time. I'm trying to keep on time here. I want to answer any questions, but as you can see, you go to your world, you open up your environment, use settings, and that'll pop open on the right here. And these are all the different settings that I have created. And you can see that it's dozens and dozens of skies and water effects that are available to you. Yes, I will be doing tutorials. I'm inviting you to come visit and take and physically, if we can physically do things like that, the environment itself.
Nyx, we have under Get Involved, we have these events, and you could schedule a little Zoom session where you talk and demo the settings live on a share, and then take them to the region and actually experiment with it if you so desire. We're offering those next week, and you could schedule that.
I will work on that, but I am going to schedule and invite people to come to the sim to see this. You just cannot. It's just so hard to physically describe this without actually being there, I guess is the way to put it. So go back to the front of it. Just imagine this thing moving. And
that's
it's
great.
It's mind-blowing. It's a different one, same place, same location, but just a different effect.
Absolutely.
It's moving. And then finally, I've discovered ways where you go over the water and it's a 3D effect that moves as you go through it.
That's right. In the chat, I put in the information, and during the break, which is at 11:30, join Nyx as he provides this demonstration. Well, thank you, Nyx, for an informative and interesting presentation.
And thank you, OSCC crew, for your work. Thank you all that have participated, and I'm looking forward to meeting you at the lunch break hall. Thank you.
Sounds great. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Kintsugi Contemplative Pathways for the Wounded Healer. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Nyx, and to you, the audience.
guitar strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are proud to introduce the presentation Kintsugi Contemplative Pathways for the Wounded Healer. Our panel is not really a panel, it's my wonderful cohorts in crime, Andy Stricker, Spinoza Quinnell, myself, Cynthia Cologne, Lear Lobo, Francisca Yanakura, who is Frankie Antonelli, and JJ Jacobson, who's JJ Drinkwater, was not able to be with us today. Andy Stricker is our mastermind and visionary behind Virtual Harmony. He's an innovation leader with Air University. Me, I'm a professor at CTU Doctoral Studies. I also teach at 5 universities, and I'm co-chair of the OSCC Organizing Committee. Frankie leads a visionary team of innovators at the University of Central Florida, and she specializes in emerging technologies for education. And JJ is our science fiction librarian and also a professional librarian, and his research is in interactive, immersive, and improvisatory narrative in virtual environments. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Andy, it's over to you.
Oh, great. Thanks, Lear. Always an honor to be here and participate in this wonderful conference. So thank you so very much. About a year ago, maybe a little bit longer perhaps, we wanted to create a region called Sakurajima. And actually it's a location off the south western part of Japan, and it was an independent island, but eruption of the actual Sakurajima volcano connected the main island of Japan with the peninsula. And so we wanted to sort of, in a whimsical way, recreate Sakurajima as a place for reflection, contemplation, and renewal as part of our work with Virtual Harmony. And so we landed upon this really cool Japanese kind of artistic way of taking pottery that had unfortunately fell and broke in various pieces. And sometimes these were family heirlooms. They've been in families for generations. And there is this form called Kintsugi, where they take broken pottery and they use this lacquer that's mixed with powdered gold and basically put the pieces back together again. And we just thought it was a wonderful metaphor for the issues that we try to pay attention to in Virtual Harmony, where, we encourage people who have been through, hard experiences in life to come to Virtual Harmony, and through community and shared activities go through, a shared healing process. Next slide, please. And so one of the things that, as the longer we live, and we're starting to get up there, I'll speak for myself, is that, when you have painful experiences and wounds in life, what you refer to as cracks and scars and so forth, no one ever really wants to have those experiences. But the mystery of life is that when you have gone through some of these hardships and you encounter others who have been through similar hardships, you're able to have empathy. You're able to, connect with them. And it's a really kind of a cool thing to experience in your life when you think, you've been really severely damaged. But then you find out that those hurtful, damaging experiences can actually be turned for use in helping others. Next slide, please. So this is where we get to this, this insight that, and we didn't come up with this, by the way. I'm going to speak about an individual who's had an impact in our lives in very special ways here in a minute. But we get to this place where we, have these stories in our life experiences, and oftentimes maybe it's at a coffee shop. That's why we have a Kintsugi teacup here. The display is, when you're sitting and visiting with someone who's been through hard times, and you start sharing the things and experiences you've been through that's been difficult, there is a special connection that can take place. And so part of what we try to do is we try to, emphasize that, there is a kind of like maybe a shared healing process that occurs. And what Lear is helping me with keeping up the pace here is she's moved on to the next slide. And this particular slide shows one of the people that's influenced us, and it's Henry Nouwen. And he's a scholar. He has passed on now, but he made a big impact in our lives. But he's the author of The Wounded Healer. And interesting enough, in his work over the years, he talks about Kintsugi as a metaphor for, the brokenness that we can go through. So we've taken a lot of his writings and some of his reflections. I've taken a lot of notes. I happened to be at Yale when he was there, and so we've taken a lot of the thoughts that he had to share from his own life experiences of being a so-called wounded healer, and how important it was, as particularly in the professions, whether you're in the counseling profession or other professions in medical practice, a lot of your effectiveness can come from your sharing, that you have similar concerns or fears or experiences that you've been through. And Frankie, I thought I opened this up if you have some thoughts, because Frankie inspires us with the cross-cultural connections, and that's what we try to do with Sakurajima.
You're too kind, Andy. Yeah, I think as we go through life, and especially that societal pandemic thing that we just went through, really, help us shape every day our lives in a so thoughtful, but yet challenging, but yet happy, and all these things. And when we were talking about Henry, and I had watched this BBC short segment on Kintsugi, it just kind of clicked for me how these two, the Western and the Eastern world, the concepts for each came together so beautiful, the way you just explained. It's, I think going forward, whenever we are together in Sakurajima and just outside in the physical world, I find these very helpful concepts and principles to abide by and celebrate. Every moment, the moment that we're together, the moments that we are out here in the physical world, in our own spaces. It's just, I just found, our concept here today that we're sharing very, like my compass as I grow older. And I'm there with you.
Yes.
So I'm starting to feel it.
Frankie, you brought up an important point. I don't think any of us were not affected by COVID, right? The pandemic had such an impact on everyone's lives. It's not any individuals at all. And for us, we spent a lot of time in the research. We've been together for 15 years researching and designing. Andy didn't tell you, but we have probably over 18 grids of content of research games and simulations and ways of thinking. And of course, many of you know we've been involved with the space program and thinking about how life on Mars, how will we live? How will we tackle complex problems? Well, it's very hard to redirect our energies to those very purposeful investigations when our spirits are down, right? And so we took a little time and we built simulations. Andy in particular, I say we, right? He does all the heavy lifting and I go around testing everything and say, Andy, that doesn't work, or Andy, that doesn't support human-computer and behavior. Or Andy, I don't have permissions. I got to change things. And so we think about collaboration. We think about the triumph of the spirit. We think, and Clifford asked us the question, what's the expectation of this? And it's an interesting little simulation. You go around and you touch the different stations, you interact with the pottery, you break it, and then you have to figure out how to put it back together. And what kind of triumph of the spirit is that? You know, how do you feel about these interactions? We are going to lead a tour on this next Friday. I scheduled it for Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific time for anyone who wants to join us in Zoom first, so we can talk about the design and how it works, right? Yep. The craft that we put into it. And then, of course, we'll go over to Virtual Harmony, which is our research grid, and we'll go to Sakurajima, the grid that has this simulation on it, and we'll experience it. And on this current slide, you'll notice there's 5 key points, and we've been anchoring with them. We took the Sakurajima grid, and last year, Andy created a VR implementation of it. And if you've ever taken your virtual world content and transformed it into a Unity-based VR application and hosted it on Meta for beta testing, you haven't lived until you've done that, because that's not a trivial thing to do. And Andy spent a lot of hours working through the tech, and of course the rest of us for testing it, for making recommendations, for supporting persons in wheelchairs and people who want to be seated while in VR, so they're not taking a dive. You know, I call it taking a header, because I was playing ping pong one day in 11, and I dived for the ball, because I used to be a table tennis champion with 49 tournament wins, and next thing you know, I'm in the air and there's nothing underneath me, no table. And that's the problem with VR. Whereas in the virtual world, I don't have to worry about breaking my body or the living room, you know. And of course can enjoy these spaces in such a tremendous way. Andy, back to you on on these 5 principles.
Yeah. Well, the Ikigai is a wonderful set of principles for contemplative lifestyle and figuring out how to live in better harmonious ways with nature and with others. And like Lear highlighted, we did an Oculus app that helps to instruct on what these principles involve, and we wanted to represent them in the open sim environment. So a lot of the models, the 3D models, are across both of those applications. Next slide, please, Sin. So here's a kind of a overview of the region. When it comes into focus, you'll see it. But we basically have a feudal Japanese village, and there's a lot of little highlights. The Shinhaga studio is worth a visit to see about the Japanese artistic form of painting. We have a Byoda temple, and we have several really interesting places to visit to highlight the Japanese culture at different historical points. And there's a shrine area that between the village and the activity, the Kintsugi activity. And what we've done is we've put it into 3 pathways. If we want to go to the next slide, Lear, that'd be great. So here's a view of an aerial view of the pathway. So you start off at the first station, and so what we've done is we have the activity, as Lear highlighted, where the particular Japanese pottery shatters, and then you engage in a contemplative activity, and when you finish that, then the shattered pottery pieces come back together again and form this beautiful Kintsugi version of what has been broken, and then it's given into your inventory. So as going through the inventory, you actually collect 5 pieces of Japanese pottery. So that's part of the nice thing about doing it too. So you can go in this upper terrace pathway, and what's nice is it's designed so that you can explore through these various pathways. And in the background is the Sakurajima volcano. It's actually a 3D model of the actual real volcano from Japan, and so you get a very scenic view of the areas you're doing this activity. And then we have a waterfall pathway, and you can go along and see a couple of waterfalls. They're very contemplative environments to pause and think about what you're learning about Henry Nouwen's work about wounded healers. And you work your way up basically through the 5 stations, and then you end up at the Wellsprings Onsen, where if you're doing this as a group or with others, you can have some time to sit there and talk about your insights and thoughts as you went through the various stations. Next slide, please, Sin. And here's a depiction of what a typical station looks like. And so you got activities, and as Frankie highlighted, you can actually see this really wonderful Japanese video about what is involved with Kintsugi. It's and you can then record your responses to the reflection activity. And there's an example of one of the pieces of Japanese pottery that gets shattered and then reassembled. Next slide, please, Sin. So here's some quick snapshots in a minute or two that we have. You sort of get a sense of what it looks like if you would come out. We'd love to have you come out and visit. There's quite a few effects with butterflies and so forth. So it's worth experimenting, setting the different environmental settings that you prefer. I prefer to do it at night. There's a lot of nice lighting effects, so that as you go along the different pathways, there's a really wonderful garden that you start out with, and from this garden seen in the lower left snapshot, you can go to any pathway and work your way around until you get to the Wellsprings. Next slide, please. And this is another set of snapshots. And what we did with the bridges, we followed the Japanese architecture for bridges. So we were trying to be as authentic as we knew to be in the recreation of the structures. So you get a sense of these very beautiful places that you can actually go to in Japan and see. And we want to wrap up with this quote from Henry Nouwen. He says, "I am a wounded healer. When we dismiss people out of hand because of their apparent woundedness, we stunt their lives by ignoring their gifts, which are often buried in their wounds. The compassionate life is the life in which we believe that strength is hidden in weakness, and the true community is a fellowship of the weak." And this is a very key wisdom insight that I have sort of backed up into in my life at this point. I started out in life thinking that it was all about strength. And as I live longer, I realize it's more about weakness, and sharing your weakness with others actually builds strength and community. So Frankie and Lear, do you have thoughts before we open up for questions?
You summarized it very well. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Say that again, Frankie. I couldn't quite hear you. What was that?
Oh no, that he, summarized it so very beautifully. I cannot say it any better.
Now, he created this region originally to help you get in touch with your roots, didn't he? Did you want to talk about that?
Well, that's what we were doing with trying to, and we have a lot of this represented across almost all of our grids, where we teach the STEM areas in our learning activities, but a lot of our focus is on this transcendental viewpoint about life, that we can transcend our difficulties, our hardships, in ways that help us to be better in with ourselves and with others in lives in our communities. So, questions?
Did you see there were two questions?
Oh,
One was
okay.
from Clifford on our expectation from this, and from Julieta Surreal Dreaming. She says, "Do you work with Sharon, the wounded healer?"
No, I don't. I'd love to learn more about that. There's several expressions of the practice of being a wounded healer, and I'm just beginning to learn about some of them, from my explorations of this. The only person I've had direct ways of helping to shape my early thoughts about wounded healing is from Henry Nouwen. But I know that across many cultures, actually, there's expressions of wounded healers that offer very distinctive and unique perspectives.
Well, thank you, Andy, and thank you, Frankie, for such a fantastic session. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.openseminar.org to see what is coming up next on the conference schedule. Our next session is The Word at 10:30 a.m. in this keynote region. We also encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC regions. Thank you again, Team Virtual Harmony, and to you, the audience.
Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Passion so real. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Great.
And we're live.
Oh, we're already over time. Yeah, we can start.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Word. Our speakers are Kisma Stepanich Reidling, and who's Julieta Surreal Dreaming, and Rainer Schneeberger, Art Blue. Kisma is a writer and artist, and Art is well known for his art and curations and AI and passion for excellence. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments, please let us know at pound OSCC 23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Leo, for this introduction. And thanks to the team of OSCC, in specific Marcus and Franz, for making again such a stunning experience on the sim Metaworking. This year, the presentation is centered about AI creations, words, text, images, and voices. Last year, it was an art trip to Ukraine in an elevator that used KFM list. Juliette has done again a lot of the work at Meta, and Art Eames did the scripting. I've pre-recorded the word, so I will stay in the time frame to make the speech more enjoyable for you, and I use state-of-the-art AI-generated voices. First, I will give a little introduction that I copy in Speakeasy. These words shall help to put what will come up into a wider content or context. One moment. Okay. After the next presentation message art by Kisma, Juliette, you are invited to go to Meta, where a stunning art experience has been created for you. Also, you can get a free copy of the book Word 2042. So it goes beyond a little bit of what we have today. I shall also mention that a helicopter ride is waiting at Meta. This helicopter uses KMF list function as Kelso Uxlay presented in his talk about moving objects in a smooth way. Best to click escape during the flight and to have audio on. Then you hear the rotor blades running. Thanks for being here today. Markus, please start the audio file.
Dear colleagues and friends, I would like to take an hour to talk about my journey to all the new technologies that have emerged since the last conference a year ago. It has been like a tsunami of change. I created this slide that looks like handwritten, where you see the claim of ChatGPT-5 by OpenAI as the first upcoming AGI. When you will look back in some years, you will have this as a comment, as a what is about text for my presentation that was given in 2023, a slideshow that will be then cold coffee. At the end of my presentation, you will find another slide. I show it now up front. Koyanetatsquatsky, a world from the Hopi language, which translates to a world out of balance. I believe that artificial intelligence will not only be able to generate words and images, but entire worlds, entire films, entire applications, where no one will be able to verify that they work properly under duress or explain how they work. That's because our brains are too slow for that. We are mortal, and we don't run in nanoseconds. We have to let things rest. We learn by getting used to things. What is our strong point, if there is any? Sometimes I think that there is no strong point at all when we look around the world. All the bombing, all the hate, all the ignorance. We need to see if the gift of forgetting things is the key that differentiates us from machines, a key that keeps us above machine level, or if this is also an illusion of security that we think we have. Fortunately, I am an artist and I can make fun out of the world we live in. That is a good thing. And having a sense of humor is a good thing too. You will hear Doug Zonka from the University of Washington giving an academic speech by saying one word, which he uses all over in sketches, in flowcharts and diagrams, to create a new world, the world of chickens. It mirrors and reflects our world, where influencers have more to say than scientists. In fact, science needs a new approach to be heard. During Doug Zonka's speech, ChatGPT will create a speech. You can read a few lines from it. Think of it as a kind of translation of words that no normal user understands. The users only hear chicken when the chicken math gets complicated. ChatGPT makes the complexity of the academic world understandable. Now we all understand that there is an exhibition at Meta where we can explore the life of chickens. There is even a tiny globe on display where the chickens live in a chicken world. A world within a world that was once created with microprims by Patricia Andavio. After the chicken plays, the fun stops. You will gasp if you have never really experienced the skill that ChatGPT has achieved in writing. The world will now begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, science tells us that we live in a simulator. A simulator offers endless possibilities, but the math behind is complicated to handle, right? I don't want it complex, I want the fun and thrill of creating things. I am an artist. The Bible tells us that the word God is taken. God created the beginning, the simulator we are in. I want to try other words and see how the simulator is handling them. For the Open Simulator Community Conference, I have developed a framework to generate stories that I want to compare. I want to get different stories. That's what a simulator is for. A female voice, Zima Red, will act as the scene prompter. I will give a male voice to the artificial intelligence that creates the stories. For confidentiality reasons, I call the AI Zima Blue. The journey includes as a world premiere a visualization, a creation of alternate worlds. The presentation screen is currently showing a list of words and speech styles with which the frame can be filled. Let's start with the word chicken. Let's compare an academic speech by Doug Zonker of the University of Washington with the text written by artificial intelligence. I'll abbreviate the speech. There is no need to watch the whole lesson. Over 2.6 million views speak loudly for its quality. I use a split screen to illustrate the difference between a human's presentation of the word chicken and Zima Blue handling this challenge.
Our next speaker is Doug Zonker. Doug wrote an article which we published in the Annals not too long ago. And I don't feel, although I think I'm not bad as a writer or as an editor, I do not feel capable of summarizing this article. And that's why I asked Doug to present it himself. So here is Doug. Are there any questions?
So long, Doug Zonker. Now let me pick something from the conference speech that the AI created. You saw the given input and you saw the output. The input says Open Simulator Community Conference. And what does the large language model, we call it an AI, do? Using a chatbot you would experience that the input is treated as it was given, but from an AI we can expect more, and this without any training on the specific case. The AI welcomes us in the chicken speech as a community, and in the text the AI shows Open Simulator as a technology. Let me give you a moment to digest this.
Are there any questions?
I see Doug Zonker is still with us. Are there any questions to him or to Art Blue? Here is the microphone.
I understand that Zima Blue can differ between the egg in the chicken and the chicken in the egg. So an AI has coded humor? How did you do this?
Can you say this again in chicken language? That question fits so well for Doug.
chicken, 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 chicken.
Thank you for making this chicken experience so enjoyable. Now I will tell the AI to create images fitting to the conference speech without giving an image text prompt. I named the AI in the experiment a bit cryptic Zima Blue, because many systems will do it in the future. Even out of the human brain waves, an AI can create images. There are articles on this subject. One of them you find in Medium published by ArtExploder. In the future an AI will create scenes, yes scenes, not just one scene. I may emphasize that the world right now goes crazy for image prompting. Thousands, I have to say hundreds of thousands are rushing to become a prompt engineer, but believe me, as soon as the word will reach the world on what you see today, image prompt will be cold coffee. To become a scene engineer will become the way, not only known in small circles, but also it will reach Hollywood. See today with your own eyes right now how Zima Blue has instructed the image machine DALL-E to create a chicken world. These two images are not the only ones, no way. The exhibition at Meta is full of chickens. It is a full story, it is a movie, it is a chicken blockbuster running over hours. But now I must stop. I have to switch back to an academic voice. I want to let you take part in an in-situ performance where Zima Blue will put a word into the framework. Kisma, with what word will you challenge the AI? And also, I need the style. Just prompt in chat and the intelligence will take it from there. I see the dice goes for peace. And the style is Martin Luther King with about 400 words. Let us instruct the AI. Please Zima Red, slip into a human brain and prompt to Zima Blue a suited input. Honorable audience, be aware that all happens live on stage. No try and error. No repetition. The AI has no second chance. It will be a first-generation output.
I am going to give you a word from the word gateway. I want you to write an opening speech for the Open Simulator Community Conference that will revolve around the word in the way Martin Luther King spoke. The speech should be about 400 words long. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Please provide the word from the word gateway, and I will craft an opening speech for the Open Simulator Community Conference in the style of Martin Luther King.
The speech is to be a tribute to Steve Jobs, who verbalized the experience of the word through words of surprise and insight at the moment of his death. At the conference, visionary artist Kisma will exhibit works of her message art to illuminate the speech. Word Gateway says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with peace, and the Word was peace."
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow visionaries. Today, as we gather in this hallowed hall of innovation, we are summoned by a word, a simple yet profound word that has echoed through the annals of time. Peace. The word gateway reminds us, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with peace, and the Word was peace. This word, this eternal sentiment of serenity and unity, is not just a concept, but a call to action, a beacon of hope, and a testament to the human spirit. Now, let us reflect on a man whose life was a symphony of innovation, a maestro of the digital age, Mr. Steve Jobs. As he stood at the intersection of technology and the humanities, Steve was not just a creator of gadgets, but a harbinger of change. His life's work was a testament to the belief that when technology meets art, it can transform societies and kindle the flames of human potential. In his final moments, Steve Jobs, with words of surprise and insight, said, "Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow!" Perhaps, in those fleeting seconds, he glimpsed the true essence of the word. Maybe he saw the infinite tapestry of existence, where every thread is interwoven with peace. His awe, his wonder, was a poignant reminder that even in the face of the unknown, there lies an underlying current of tranquility and understanding. And today, as we stand on the precipice of a new era, we are privileged to witness the luminous works of the visionary artist Kisma. Her message art does not merely depict scenes, it evokes emotions, it tells stories, it inspires. As her masterpieces illuminate this conference, may they serve as a mirror, reflecting our collective aspirations, our dreams, and our undying commitment to a world where peace is not just a word, but a lived reality. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey through the Open Simulator Community Conference, let us be guided by the spirit of Steve Jobs, the brilliance of Kisma, and the timeless wisdom of the Word. Let us strive to create, to innovate, and to unify. Let us remember that in every line of code, in every pixel of art, and in every heartbeat of this community, lies the potential to manifest peace. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., we have before us the glorious opportunity to inject a new dimension of love into the veins of our civilization. Let this conference be a testament to that love, to that peace, and to our shared vision of a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Now it is on you, dear audience, to applause to the machine. Can we expect more? That is art. That is art. We don't go for less at Open Simulator. We have still some minutes for Q&A and also time for comments. Yes, you may rise word. Go ahead, Oisin.
The word was the best speech I ever heard. Must have been made by an AI. Art Blue was not as good, I know him, no way.
This word was made by an artificial voice, named Oisin Zerman, so don't take it too seriously.
Thank you, Art, for a fantastic presentation. We had a couple of questions in the audience. Don't know if you saw that there, and I know AI was answering, but did you have any last thoughts to add as we wrap? Well, thank you, Kisma and Art, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 11 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Message Art, Say What? And that is also with Kisma and Art. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC regions. Thank you again to our speaker and to the audience.
guitar strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Message Art, Say What? Our speakers are Kisma Reidling, who is Julieta Surreal Dreaming, and Rainer Schneeberger, who is Art Blue. If you attended the previous session, you know that Kisma is a writer and artist, and Art Rainer has passion for AI and is an artist and art curator. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for their speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, Lear. Thank you so much for that nice opening. And hello, everyone. As always, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here at OSCC 23. I am slotted to present Message Art, Say What? But I've made a slight change. Well, it's a big change, actually. On my slide, you can see the addition of 3 words, plus a demonstration. So let's move forward. I have a dream, just like Martin Luther King. And this dream I want to share with you. Okay. And it goes beyond my message art presentation. I will take a moment to say something on MSG Art before sharing my dream with you. So I plan to speak about the infiltration of AI everything. AI art, AI writing, AI music, AI scripting, and how there seems to be an ever-increasing trend in surrendering one's creativity to a machine, or rather AI applications. This doesn't come as a surprise to some of you, but it is my true opinion that AI creations are no different than using the Google search engine and finding things to use. So I'm sorry if that does offend anyone. So quick note, in IRL or in the outer world, most art curators will not accept AI art for exhibitions. So that's kind of interesting, don't you think? All right, instead of talking about MSG art and going on a little rant, I decided to show message art in an exhibit in a temporary Surreal Gallery located on Meta. And of course, please do check out the OSCC Surreal Museum 2023 editions. Anyway, on the slide is the blurb I wrote for my presentation, but I'm going to do a demonstration instead. But first, I have a story to tell you. I invite you to stay here focused, opening your mind, opening your heart just for today, just for this moment in time. The demonstration will require your participation, all of our participation. You see, I got so distracted by world events and have been looking at Tribe Earth, meaning all people on this planet with whom we are all related. We all go back to origin. And I'm so sad that many world leaders can't seem to consciously evolve past a certain primitive mindset of power over and mine mentality and insist on having armed conflicts. So today, we need to be aware that in fact, more than 114 armed conflicts are happening on our planet home. Some make the headlines and some do not. How archaic. Haven't we learned anything? Because of the world's state of affairs, especially with 2 insane wars that are relatively new raging, I found it more important to do a demonstration instead of a presentation. But first, I need to tell you a story, a phenomenal story, a story that is the foundation of a belief I have that underlines the reason for this demonstration. I believe that through intentional, unified consciousness, we have an incredible ability to affect change in our world. So I'm going to tell you the story of IMO. This story began in 1952, 6 years before the year I was born, on the Isle of Kashima, Japan. A group of primatologists began studying the behaviors and habitats of a troop of snow monkeys. The researchers fed the troop sweet potatoes, but dumped them on the ground in an open area. Clearly, the monkeys enjoyed the sweet potatoes, though they showed dislike for the dirt and other debris that got on them. Every morning, a load of sweet potatoes was dumped in an open area near a stream. One day, it was reported that an 18-month-old female monkey they eventually named Imo found a solution and brought about a social improvement by accident. By accident. She dropped her potato into the stream before eating it. The scientists realized Imo had made a discovery, for on the following day, Imo chose a sweet potato, promptly took it to the water, and washed away the dirt before eating it. Yes, it didn't take long for the young monkey to wash a potato and share it with her mother, who instantly began doing the same. Imo shared it with other young monkeys who shared it with their mothers. And so over a short period of time, the potato washing habit spread through the troop. And soon this cultural discovery was eventually being used by many of the monkeys. The adults who imitated their children learned this social improvement first, while interestingly, childless adults continued to eat dirty sweet potatoes. Gradually, the older generation of childless monkeys began using the custom, and this social improvement spread until finally all the monkeys learned potato washing. Then another startling phenomenon was observed. In 1958, when all the Kashima monkeys were washing sweet potatoes, a new group consciousness is theorized as having somehow created an ideological breakthrough. For overseas, on other islands and on the mainland, without having been shown to do so, troops of monkeys began washing their sweet potatoes. A hypothesis was then drawn that when a certain critical number achieves an awareness, this new awareness can be communicated through mental energy to all members of the species. Thus, the 100th monkey phenomenon was formed, and for the last 60 years has been put to use by spiritual and metaphysical communities mostly, but have documented positive results. Through my own practice with the 100th monkey, I support the theory that when a certain number of people achieve an awareness, the new awareness is communicated from mind to mind, yielding the requested result. Some call this a form of magic, others a miracle. Regardless whether magic or miracle, the 100th monkey phenomenon points out our responsibilities and our power. We can, will achieve a consciously intended change. I will demonstrate this 100th monkey magic to all of you today. I'm inviting you to join me in a peace demonstration, a good old-fashioned peace rally for our planet home. Yes, you heard and read correctly. We are having a world peace demonstration, and it will take all of us to affect change. I mean, hey, what have we got to lose trying this? And think about it. If we have every single one of us focusing on this conscious intention, then we will make a difference. I have just resed a box in front of me, and I'm inviting you to, I know this is going to be hard, but please stand, everyone. Please stand and click the box I've resed. A folder will go into your inventory. Add both items to your avatar. And know that just as I am changing our environment up here on the stage, that by resing this peace pole, I believe we become the 100th monkey phenomenon right here, and that we affect change in a war consciousness and shift aggression to peace. So I am inviting you to begin to center peace in your mind, peace in your heart, peace in every thought you have right now, just for today, just for this moment in time. Now, I was going to invite everyone to put on their mics, but I realize voice is unavailable. So please chant out loud in your own space and time, okay? And please speak it in your own language. Let the vibration of our words, as in a moment we all join together and chant the peace chant, let it become part of this incredible vibration that will go up our peace pole and embrace and surround planet Earth, embracing it with peace, and that this peace will circle around the planet. And just one quick moment, I want to hold the home planet against my heart. So I'm doing it with you. Although it's not, there we go, there we go. And together, everyone, we're going to chant it 3 times. I'm putting the slide up now. And please join me. And let us believe, dear family, let us believe we are affecting change in our world. We begin. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail in our minds. May peace prevail in my mind. May peace prevail in my heart. May I know peace. May my ancestors know peace. May my children's children unto 7 generations know peace. May peace prevail on earth. And as we prepare to chant a second round, we are asking the Danish She to bring peace, a lay down of arms, a ceasefire by December 26th, the full moon. Let us say it a second time. Here we go. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail in our minds. May peace prevail in my mind. May peace prevail in my heart. May I know peace. May my ancestors know peace. May my children's children unto 7 generations know peace. May peace prevail on earth. And now we come to our last time. Say it with full conviction. Say it out loud, loudly for anyone in your environment to hear. Don't hold back. Believe this. Really believe this, and let's send it out. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail in our minds. May peace prevail in my mind. May I know peace. May my ancestors know peace. May my children's children unto 7 generations know peace. May peace prevail on earth. And now, please, let your heart feel this peace and take a deep breath. Take a deep breath in your heart. And as you exhale, please receive this blessing of deep peace that I share with you. Deep peace of the running wave to you, deep peace of the flowing air to you, deep peace of the shining stars to you, deep peace of the pure green earth to you. Let peace, let peace, let peace heal your soul. May peace, may peace, may peace make you whole. Deep peace and blessings be. Thank you. My heart is filled with gratitude for each and every one of you, and may our blessing be received earthwide. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And that brings me to the end.
Thank you, Julieta, for a moving and inspirational session. I haven't seen any questions in the chat, so I'm going to thank you for this amazing experience and for reminding us how important peace is. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.openseminary.org to see what is coming up in the conference schedule. You will not want to miss our next session, which begins after the break at 12:30, and it's entitled The Viewer Panel, after the hour meal break. Now, there are 3 sessions scheduled over the break, plus you can tour the conference expo regions. Please check the schedule for them. They include our Core Dev VIP, Nyx's demo in his grid at Pangea Grid, and Kelso's on the Meta region. Check the schedule for more details on those locations. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC X23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the speakers and their presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths in all of the Expo regions. Thank you again, Kisma and Art, and to you, the audience.
so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass of the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. So real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. So real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass of the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. So real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. guitar strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, A Viewer Panel. And our panelists are myself and Joe Magarak and Mal Burns and Robert Adams. Joe Magarak is the inventor of the ragdoll physics, the MSCS, Stanford, and the Nagel algorithm in TCP in Silicon Valley. Mr. Blue, Robert Adams, has been a computer developer and researcher for 40 years and is one of our OpenSim core developers. Mal Burns is host of In-World Review, a weekly news and discussion program mostly focused on the hypergrid, which has been running for over 15 years. He is now retired and uses his experience to deploy and promote immersive spaces and to support BulletSim. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session now.
Well, thank you, Leah, and good to be back here. I'm looking out on the crowd here via my camera and seeing quite a few people, so good to see you all back here. I hope you had a good lunch, unless you were gabbing away in the developers session. Right, okay, this is what sort of come to call Return of the Viewer panel. I'm not sure we really had one last year, but it's the kind of thing we've been holding every year at about this time on Saturday, just looking at new developments in both viewer technology and the particular viewers we run with, and of course where appropriate, this year with the devs who are an integral sort of part of that equation. Without further ado, I'd just like to, firstly, I would, if you see the slide behind us, you'll see mention of somebody called Gavin Hurd. He's not actually with us, unfortunately, but we do have Joe Magarak and Robert Adams. So let me, I know Liz done a very good job anyway, but maybe Joe and Robert, starting with Joe, I will hand over to you for a second just to introduce yourselves and your involvement, so to speak. Joe, maybe first. Maybe you need to unmute. Okay, maybe I'll move to Robert instead then. I can see his mic's off.
Well, my mic's on, yes.
Yeah.
So I made my first commit to Open Simulator in 2010, and I have been an active core developer for a long time in OpenSim. So I'm known for doing BulletSim, adding var regions, and the distributed scene graph code, and lots of other tweaking. After a while, I went rogue and wrote things like Convor, which is an OR to GLTF scene converter. As I went looking at other different systems, I have in the last few years written the grid directory server for the high fidelity client sources that are currently used in the Vercadia and the Overte projects.
Oh, okay.
About a year ago, I presented at OSCC my Basil viewer project, where I was trying to build a viewer using creating a new protocol. So it was truly going rogue. So I presented that last year, and then recently I've been tweaking on BulletSim for users who needed that. And so I've been in OpenSim and virtual worlds for a while.
Yes, very familiar. Joe, do we have you on mic yet?
Yes. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through fine. So maybe like a quick self-intro from you.
Okay. After a few years of using Second Life and a little bit of Open Simulator, I was sort of annoyed that viewer problems weren't being fixed. And I thought, I will write my own viewer from scratch in Rust. Right. And 3 years in, I have something that can actually be tried, although there's an awful lot it doesn't do yet. I was trying to figure out, my basic goal is, can we get to the performance level of GTA 5, not GTA 6, GTA 5, which is 10 years old, assuming that you're running on a gamer PC being roughly what the average Steam user has. And the answer is you can definitely get there, but boy, is it a lot of work.
Right, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not too familiar with some of these technical terms, but I'm sure we'll sort them out. So in a way, you're both what's the word, outflyers.
Oh yes, Grand Theft Auto is GTA. Yes.
Yeah, you're both outflyers, so to speak, verging from the core devs in a lot of what you do. Now we're entering somewhat very uncertain times. I've been inundated by conversations about this recently, including earlier. We have to look at the viewer is obviously an essential part of the OpenSim experience. You can't divorce the viewer from the OpenSim, code. You can't divorce the server functions from the local functions. They all kind of interact to some extent. So I know I'm going to hand over to Leah for a little bit, because I know that she's been picking up on a number of things that she thinks, or other people think, could really affect the future, particularly of the viewer. And that's particularly why we decided to co-host this year's panel. So maybe I can hand over to you, Leah.
Thank you, Mel. And by the way, we did have a couple of questions from the audience too.
Oh yes, do send them in.
Sure. And I'll let our panelists think about those questions as we move into the first topic. The questions, by the way, are we thinking about supporting VR headgear at some point? And then what about mobile devices? Linda Lab has been talking for a long time about mobile support, and of course, people were thinking it would come out by Christmas, and it hasn't. And and of course, there's a lot going on there. But that wasn't really the primary question I had for you. My first thought was...
I'd just interrupt there just to give my thoughts on the first question. What is fresh in our mind? I think there's a depend. Obviously it's not necessarily a dev thing, but it's obviously something that developers would presumably bear in mind, and that is the end user. I call it helmet land. But also the mobile phone too. These are utilities we use in our interconnected world. If I want to open up a chat with somebody, maybe it's a chat in an OpenSim grid or in Second Life or whatever, I like the idea that I can open up that chat on my phone. But unless you've got one of these dedicated like Steam things or whatever, the idea of actually immersing yourself in a small screen seems to me to be a bit of a wild ghost chase. And you mentioned hyperfidelity earlier, for example. I know Rajal sort of he more or less gave up on that. He still controls the audio compression stuff, but it's like the time wasn't right for the helmets. Really, they are a particular thing. You might have something like a scientist, as I mentioned earlier, may want to wear a helmet, not because he wants to wear it for 6 hours in his lab, but because it's a better implement for what he does than the microscope. He can render virtually in a helmet far more detail than he can get looking through his microscope. But even if he goes for the microscope, he's not going to be doing it for 6 hours a day. He's going to go to the microscope when he's ready. And I think Helmet Land is really that sort of thing. And also, I can preempt our dev answers with the fact that Second Life and OpenSim, it is a fully 3D world, but it really is not compatible with the requirements, the engine, as it were, that you need the platform to be on to actually work properly in a helmet. So I'll hand back to Leah for the second question, and I won't interrupt again.
Well, I can give my view on that. I mean, since you unloaded your view, I see social interaction as a kind of continuum. And the continuum comes from sometimes you want a presence. That is, you want to be in the same room with people. You want a presence. And the headset does that well, and the desktop 3D experience does that well. But as you move away from the presence, that is things you need to do because you want to be there with people, you get to text chat, and text chat is less intimate, but it's still communicating. And then you want to do store and forward messaging like mail or Twitter or something like that, which is less immediate but is still communicating. And I think that the social experience should be built that way. That is, sometimes you want to be there, and if people want to be there on their phones, where they're looking at this little screen and they can see the other people, that is part of the whole experience that they want to partake in. And so I see that, we're providing tools to the sort of connectivity that people want with other people, and that it can range from the headset where are really experiencing the 3D thing to that little screen on your phone. And it just depends on the usage that people need to communicate.
I would tend to very much agree there. Utility, really. Your thoughts on this, Joe? Joe, unmuted.
Did someone address me?
Yes, I just see your thoughts on the question.
Well, since I'd have to make it work technically and probably don't have the time, I am somewhat negative on supporting VR headgear. There's a lot of stuff you have to do. There are lots of social issues, and I would look at what's happening over in the VR chat land. And as I typed in text, watch Fia's The Virtual Reality Show. Fia has been using VR since she was 17 or so, and is a VR native, and is very comfortable wearing VR gear to the point of even trying sleeping in VR gear.
Yes.
This is a thing in VR chat. People will go to bed in full VR gear, and in World, there's a group of people sitting there lying on the floor on a big bed, not really doing anything. And people find this comforting. So
I ran the ad thread on my show a couple of weeks ago. There was somebody manufacturing a helmet and software to go with it, which is designed for exactly that. It's headgear for the bed. What next, I said. But yeah, I can quite believe that. The question
downside of full immersion is the risk of falling down is high. About 5 to 10% of the population will barf. And you can't do anything else while you're using it.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah. Also, to my mind, and I wonder how important this is, I think it may be, and that is full immersion is what it implies. In other words, it feeds you smells maybe, and taste, and vision, and sound, and everything else. But the problem is, if you get full immersion to that degree, you've actually cut yourself off from the real world, the organic world. If you're immersed in sound, like, old-fashioned music headphones, you don't necessarily hear people moving around by you. If you've got a helmet on, a headset of some sort, you can't see if somebody's going to come in through the window and nick something. And very much eventually they're speculating that, like 3D printing, we can use substrates of some sort, like aromatherapy oils, where you'll put 3 in like a printer, 3 inks, but aromatherapy, and they'll be able to mix up any scent you want with those 3 primary oils. And so you'll have a headset which also has a nose attachment. And who knows when the taste attachment comes? I don't know. I suspect all these things will be invented, but the question is how much we really want to go with that. Yeah. But to come back to the question, I know there is I know somebody, I don't think it's one of you, that actually does do a sort of 3D viewer for Second Life and OpenSim, Control-Alt something, I think it's called. Does anybody know? It mimics the experience of using, say, OpenSim or Second Life in a helmet. But of course, the physics of the whole engine and stuff are not really meant for that. It seems to me to be a rather different experience for, if you're lucky enough to have a helmet world where people have legs. I think most do now. They don't work the same way as we do.
So, James, what would it take to make your viewer all the way?
Sorry, who said that? How do you mean all the way?
Well, I mean, there seem to be several viewers that are 50% plus complete. How can we get one of them to 100%?
Good question.
Money.
That question's for Joe, and he says money.
Yes. Yes, it's well, inevitably, yeah, it's funding for anything and everything.
Well,
really.
and that's what's true of the. I've been lurking around the Crystal Frost project, which is a viewer that uses live Metaverse and Unity, and essentially the main developers have a job. They have to pay rent, and so they don't have much time or focus on the viewer to actually work, to be able to do it. And they have a Patreon, and it brings in a few bucks, but they really can't get it all the way to 100% because they have a life.
Yes, of course. And has anybody got any ideas about how possibly funding for development on at least on an acceptable scale might be achieved? I know, for example, we've had this discussion in the past, and a lot of the core devs, I guess they're just reluctant to give up their independence. They don't want to be employed by somebody who maybe by paying them dictates what's happening. So I know there's a bit of hostility there, but then again, without that kind of one individual may be just doing it as a hobby. They may even be able to do it full time without being paid, but others, that's not the case for everybody, of course. So can you, either of you particularly, think of any way that your time could be remunerated, in ways that it isn't at the moment? Deathly silence rules here, I see.
So you're asking them if they can find a funding source themselves, or what do you mean there, Mel?
Well, I suppose I am in a way. I'm actually suggesting that any suggestions that you might be looking for, not so much needing funding, but any particular funding sources that you think would be worth approaching, either yourself or as a group.
Well, I mean, given that it's an open source project and that there are lots of users, it's the usual thing of if everybody put in $5, there would be a lot of money. But how to organize that, and there were, in the early days of OpenSim, there were a bunch of corporations, IBM and Intel and even Linden Labs, was helping the open source community build out the virtual world and support people working on it. But that doesn't seem to be as big a thing now.
It was, it's funny, at the time, I guess Rosedale was still CEO. I mean, he said to me that there just wasn't enough people on OpenSim to be worth doing that. Now, I think they'd probably take the opposite approach, but their concerns have changed. They're more concerned about protecting inventory and things. Although, to be honest, having an export function would benefit creators in Second Life if they could sell to OpenSim, for example. But the issue then, people say, well, what's to stop the copybots working? And, people already go to take stuff out one way or another of SL and bring it in here.
Well, and that's another question that I kind of have is that the reason to work on an OpenSim viewer is to support the OpenSim community. I mean, we're a certain niche. I mean, there's the VR chat, and there's the Minecraft people, and there's the, there are so many virtual worlds out there now that everyone has a few thousand people in them at least, and OpenSim is its own particular community. And the reason to make a viewer is to support and help that open source community. I mean, one reason OpenSim exists is because it is open source and people can hack on it. They can't hack on VR chat. They can't hack on Second Life. They can't, this is in the community so people can do research and do education and build their things. So we want to support this community. So, do we really want, how best to support this particular community? We don't have to solve the virtual world in general problem. We have to solve how to support our community. And, in some sense, it could be that if everyone gave up on their viewers and focused everything on Firestorm or Dayturn or one of the viewers, that could be enough.
I actually say $5. What did you say, a month or a year or something? It doesn't sound like
I just made up a number.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like very much. It's a matter of it is organising, of course, but it's actually convincing people that $5 is a pound or whatever serves its purpose.
I mean, maybe we need our own OnlyFans channel, so everyone gives their $10, and so we have $1 million, and that works out.
There is one thing that occurred to me recently, and I've been repeating it all over the place, actually, because it hadn't occurred to me until a few weeks ago. And that is, we've had everybody and their dog has got a metaverse of their own now. So the idea of an interconnected metaverse is way gone, all the misinterpretations and everything now. Everybody wants, we want it decentralized, but we want to be the centralized controller of the decentralized world, just total blind sort of what they want. But I did notice one thing, of all these worlds that have been coming and going, and really some of them have tiny viewers, they just make out they got lots. Only Second Life, and more importantly, OpenSim, have had one aspect of that none of the other worlds have got. And that is the immediacy of collaboration. I can res a prim, I can give you permissions, you can reshape it, I can give somebody else permissions, they can texture it. People can work together, not just having a meeting, but actually semi-physically, working with our prim assets or whatever. You can't do it with Mesh, but you can with the prim stuff. And none of the other worlds, they all involve going into Unity and building your landscape and then importing it or using other in-world tools, but it doesn't happen in real time. You've got to go away, create, bring it in. And we have a viewer, but not to mention the platform. I have to include Second Life with OpenSim, but we have a platform and a viewer system that allows us to just do things totally immediately with other people. We're not just meeting them, collaborating, going to concerts, having meetings or whatever. We can actually build together. The sculptor can take the prim and then the artist can texture it and things, and all sorts of different things can come into play. But of course, if going on what you're saying, Robert, if we're going to pitch the client as being a particular thing, I kind of wonder if that central thing that nobody else has replicated, except Second Life, of course, might be the thing to concentrate on. But, we're developing a viewer for a world where you can do stuff in real time, not just import a mesh. How do you feel about that, Joe, for example? Joe?
Well, we're less real time than we would like to be because we don't really have good in-world building. We had that with prims, but you couldn't do that much. Once people had to use Blender, it just became too complicated for 95% of the user base.
Yeah.
You know, on that note, I'm going to chime in because I teach, as you know, 60 classes here in the virtual world. And in every class, my students create projects. And the reason they do is because the power of creation is powerful for idea generation and for synthesis of the concepts that we're exploring. And they're not mesh developers and they don't use Blender. In fact, we're in a totally different discipline, so they're focusing on different kinds of problems. But being able to design and simulate even prim-based designs and to create content and to shape it into experiences. Uh, the virtual world's an aggregator of so many technologies. They can weave and blend so much in here that it creates something very powerful. We put it on resers, we take it to conferences, we use it as experiences, and students really connect with that. It transforms them. It does something that Otto Scharmer from the MIT Presencing Institute calls this social interaction that's so critical to understanding, you know, and experiencing and remembering over time. You know, we try to remember 75 to 90% of what we do so that we can use this and apply this in new problems, new situations. So my point, from my perspective, the viewer is critical because it empowers us to get our work done. It empowers us to, you know, not only navigate, communicate, and interact with objects, but to be a creator. And that creation is the powerful difference between my work in VR with students and my work in virtual worlds with students.
Fascinating.
I know it was a little heavy, but it's just the
No,
notion is
no, I
I
get
am
it.
so thankful to the viewer developers because without them, I wouldn't be able to do all that.
And I mean, I'm fascinated. I can completely see that, but also in a way, you're reiterating the sort of limited use for the helmet thing. How are you?
Well,
You
I've
get
been studying
ability
head-mounted display
in
devices, you know, since '95, Mal. You know,
yeah.
I did research in it and for usability, for new user interface paradigms, for rethinking how we use technology and what it is that magic that the immersive experience gives us, how that transforms and correlates to what we do here in these 3D worlds. And you know, you can simulate immersion in many different ways. The question is, do you have to have it all centered around your body in such a way that you must wear this device that truly makes you a little bit uncomfortable? After using head-mounted display devices for over 27 years, I can tell you right now that no matter how much money I throw at the problem, at some point there will be discomfort. Those deleterious side effects that Joe and Mr. Blue talk about, and the use cases for how important it is that we feel comfortable, we have a sense of presence and awareness of others. See, in VR, I cannot see myself. Even if I could see my hands or my upper torso, it's not the same. You know,
Yeah.
I don't have that same deep immersion when it comes to sense of self. And oddly enough, you know, in the early years, I didn't focus on identity creation with classes. We were all business, right? And then I learned that people cannot learn comfortably if they're not aware of themselves and how others see themselves and experience them. And so we have to devote some time to identity definition and creation.
Yeah, I think we have to recognize we're at a point in time where some things need to improve, but other things actually don't. They're good the way they are, despite the limitations. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
one of the helmet manufacturers, and and of course the Apple one when the thing comes out, you know, it's got a system where it can project onto the what is normally hidden, the screen. You can see the screen inside, but they can see your likeness on the outside, whether it's a true likeness or not. I'm not quite sure, but apparently that's not going down too well because that's it. It seemed to be Apple's idea was that the helmet itself will have a projection of your face on it, which will therefore increase your presence. But in fact, you don't really need it for most things. You know, it's like a big screen thing. You just pull out everything and they surround you. But why? what will you be able to do with that device that you can't already do with like having 2 monitors or 3 monitors, which is extreme, but it's, you know, you don't, you just don't need that device. I think. There, well, I've got. You said there was another question, or probably by now quite a few questions from the audience. We better have a
Well,
look
the
at.
other
Oh, yeah.
the other
But
part
the
was Lisa's question on mobile. Yeah, go right ahead,
Robert,
Joe.
Robert, no, I think it's
no,
Robert.
it was
Oh,
Robert. It
Robert.
was
Hey,
mentioning
Robert.
the I guess something I hadn't mentioned before is one of the reasons that people want to build a new viewer is to have control over the UI.
Yeah.
And that your comments about building and interaction and that sort of stuff, I think a lot of people have a lot of ideas about how the user interface should be. And what Linden Lab is giving us is not everyone's dream. And so if we had an open source viewer, then people could do more with the user interface to the virtual world. And I think there's a lot of interesting work that could be done there.
There's a very, I think Linden was really messed up 10, 12 years ago when they first brought the new, so-called new viewer in, and it had a thing that slid in at the side, and everybody hated it. And actually, the current viewers still have a bit of that as legacy, but not all of it. But something I do, and I think to your point, Robert, is an example of that, I think. I can actually press a prim in World and I flatten it out and make it into the shape of, say, you know, a chat window. And then on the media of a prim surface, I put something like the mobile version of Telegram. And then I wear it as a HUD. So it's something I'm doing in the viewer with the server-side prims and media on the prim, but I create my own chat window to Telegram that I just wear as a HUD in World, because it's using the web, the web link to put media on the prim. So it's an example of the devious ways one can get around these things if one wants. But I think I understand what you mean. Wouldn't it be easier if we had a drag and drop system to drag and drop a palette or a window that, you know, especially for connectivity with, there used to be a thing in OpenSim that allowed you to chat with people in Second Life. You had to have this particular widget in both platforms. There was a version for both, but once you were wearing it, you could access, you know, anybody wearing it could access their friends in either platform, as it were. I don't think much came of that, but it's another example of it's a stealth way of getting around the interoperability thing. So the more a viewer, as you say, can include those things, I would think the better. That might be another way to go. It also depends, of course, on how much, which both of you maybe have thoughts on, how much is going to be client side and how much is going to be server side. At the moment, we've got this balance. You know, when it comes to speed and moving around and doing things, we're relying on the ability client side that we have with the computer we're using or whatever. But when it comes to a lot of the communication tools and stuff that need to go up and down, then we're relying on what there is server side. Is there anything, for example, that is currently server side that could be offset to client side to improve, speed things up, for example? Both of you on that, maybe. Robert,
Well, lots of things. Lots of things. I think, I mean, architecturally, I mean, one of the things I tried to play with in Bazel was splitting the rendering functions from the world functions. But that's a difficult problem because some world functions you need to have real close to the renderer. Like, you know, you're in your 3D virtual world thing and you touch your wrist device and a screen shows up so that you can change settings. That can't be on the server side. That has to be as close to the rendering engine as possible.
Of course.
There are new technologies that can be used to, I guess, bridge that gap to allow things to be pushed towards the renderer or maybe towards the server. I personally like WebAssembly, but that's just a technical detail. So, I mean, I think if someone wanted to rethink the viewer and be able to separate the rendering engine, whether it be Unity or Godot or whatever, from the world logic. Um, a system of being able to do that, because really what happens is viewers tend to become monolithic because like you say, there's this question of what has to be close to the renderer that is really specific to the particular world that you're viewing at, and that just tends to draw things closer together so it becomes one monolithic program so that the world code can talk directly to the renderer. But I think architecturally there's some interesting directions to go in there, and I think the technology exists. Again, it's just a bunch of work.
Joe, do you have any thoughts on that? Separation of client-server side ideas?
Well, that doesn't really reflect on how viewers work internally. The renderer is not really that big of an issue. Keeping the model of the world that the viewer has in sync with the model of the world that the simulator side has is actually most of the effort. And that's where the network bandwidth goes.
Right.
And where we want to do things locally, the main problem is that you can only do things locally if they only affect the local user. That is, if you're going to touch your watch and have something pop up, do other people get to see that happen when you do it? If so, it has to go through the server.
Of course, yeah. Yes, the mechanics of how it works is fairly obvious, but I mean, I'm thinking in terms of, well, that process of touching your watch and the other person standing next to you see you do it, that means it's got to go up, info's got to go to the server and come back down in near as real time as possible. But
well, yeah, but the latency questions are different. But
yeah,
yes.
And are there any tricks that speed up that sort of process? Okay, the one other thing that comes up to mind, the elephant in the room, we haven't got around to discussing it here yet, and that is the almighty AI lurking on the horizon. Now, we had a Lone Wolf this morning mentioning the way you can use actually, well, it's not mesh, but you can get the AI to actually generate giant terrains for him and things like that. But my thought here, I mean, I've been talking to a lot of people about this, it's going to affect almost everything we do, and how much so is we've got to handle it with a certain amount of conscience and wariness. But I think one of the first things it did, of course, was you ask it a question, it gives you a reply based on sourcing every possible answer from everywhere and presumably estimating the best answer. But could well, we know already it can be used to create code. And as a utility for a developer, do you think there's any to be gained in the future where, instead of doing a lot of hand coding that I know you guys would probably have to do at the moment, do you see AI being a partner in making that process quicker? Or do you really think it could even mess things up and make it worse? I mean, people have mixed views on this, but I'm trying to think of it in terms of, coding, for a viewer particularly, but, the server-side stuff that goes with it. Is it something we should dread, or do you see possibilities there for improving things and possibly cutting time to do things, which, as you say, costs money? Joe can go first on this one if you got you.
Well, I expect that large language models will take over coding typical web type interfaces over the next year or two. Because those are pretty standardized and there's a lot of training data for them to look at. It doesn't help too much with things which are fairly close to being unique, such as the interior or something like Open Simulator. There aren't 100 things like it you can look at and borrow from, which is basically how LLMs work.
Right, exactly. So yes, by starving them of information, we can restrict what they do. Robert, your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, there are lots of new tools. I don't write in assembly code anymore. I write in higher level languages, and now I wouldn't uh, try writing in higher level languages without an IDE, and I've gotten pretty used to Copilot. Um, and so I expect the tool environment is just going to get richer. I mean, uh, Joe mentioned the problem of synchronization protocols.
Yeah.
An artificially intelligent synchronization protocol I could understand happening, that adapts and learns and does the right thing to make the best synchronization performance in a particular situation. And I expect those to come and happen. And I think it'll make things easier and better and faster.
Right. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it swings and roundabouts, isn't it, on that point? We'll have to wait and see because it's the biggest thing and it's tremendous, but it's still early days and it's developing at the speed of light. Nothing has, developed at the kind of speed that this is happening, I've got to admit. Okay, we have about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to head back to Leah on the question front. Have we got any new questions or any you've got to give us?
Well, I had heard, and of course this might be just a rumor, maybe, but I remember in one of the core dev meetings, someone bringing up the thought that the Firestorm Mac viewer might be going offline. There might not be support for it. So we were wondering what are the implications there. And I do want to let the audience know that Gavin Hurd was invited to the panel, but had a conflict. And he has been working on an update to the day turn viewer for the Mac users. So he did have a commit that was posted. I don't know what the current state is of that, but we're very interested in our Mac community having support also, right? And
Absolutely.
so I wanted to ask the viewers what they thought about this and where they think we're going. Maybe they know more about it than I do.
Actually, while I'm at it, and you'll be able to monitor this better than me, I think, Lyra. Those of you in the audience, in text chat, just type yes if you use a Mac to access virtual worlds, just so we get an idea of the number of you. So let's see lots of yeses or maybe none, as the case may be. I'm nice for that matter, but it seems that the Mac may be the biggest problem here. Cherry says no, for example. Siri says
Siri
yes.
says yes. And
Yeah.
I know in our group we're using Mac servers, but let's face it, we're running Linux.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Yep.
you can think of them as the same thing on certain levels.
Sure.
Yeah.
How about your users, Kay? Do you ever get any Mac users from school? From your schools? No? So maybe Firestorm's decision to stop supporting the Mac viewer is based on the fact that they just don't get a lot of downloads, right?
Well, no, I heard earlier. Wasn't it? It was either here or immediately before we came here in the dev chat. Basically they don't have a person,
Well,
or
there's
they
that.
have
True.
one person who can handle the Mac code. It's rather like Jessica always says to me when it comes to Firestorm, sort of, I've got 80 people working with me. Only one of them is remotely interested in OpenSim, and that's me. In other words, her whole team of 80 are really, they're not paid, they're volunteers, so they really do what they want, and they're all developing for Second Life, basically. And so, there's only one person there, and it sounds to me that this is a similar case with the Mac thing. They go drop the Mac client. Presumably, they're talking the Mac client on both platforms, Second Life and.
Well, and the Mac environment, I mean, they're kind of ahead of everybody else in that, like I'm building bullet sim binaries for OpenSim, and the Mac stuff has to be taken separately and built on a machine and signed on that same machine in order to be able to be run in the Mac environment. That is coming to the Windows environment. Now you try to download binaries and the Windows system says, no, you don't, this isn't signed, this isn't certified.
Right.
And so it's just going to get harder for us distributors who are compiling and distributing things to adapt to these environments. And so I can see that the Mac environment is a little harder now in that you have to have somebody who has a developer's license and signs the binaries, and that'll happen on Windows before our lifetimes.
To what extent do developers say author something for Windows and standalone, and it can then be rebuilt for the Mac without starting from square one, or do you really have to start from square one for both platforms?
No, it is pretty straightforward. I mean, they do build. I mean, I do build BulletSim for the Mac along with everything else. It's just that I can't do the signing step because I'm not a Mac developer. And there'll be little differences that a Mac person would know that a Windows person wouldn't know, for instance.
Shame, really. Right, any other questions from the audience there? We're really coming to an end here, so they'd have to be very pertinent, urgent questions, if we have any.
Well, why don't we end on this note? What is your wish list for the future? What would you like to see possible? Now, I know money, Joe.
Yeah.
But in addition to money, what are the resources and things you need from the community to make your work stronger?
Mr. Blue, or the Rust environment to get their act together.
Okay, there you go. So the technology you're writing in and architecting for, you need them to make more decisions, come out with better releases, or interfaces. What else?
Well, the real problem is I'm doing everything in Rust, and I'm using a graphics stack which uses something called Ren3 and WGPU and Vulkan. And of those, only Vulkan is well supported. WGPU has about 5 or 6 developers, and Ren3 has only 1 really, and he went off and got married.
Oh, well, that's the end of everything, isn't it?
Productivity is way down.
Yeah. So, anything else on that, Robert?
No, I don't think so. I'm not working on. I'm just helping some of the viewer projects, and probably some of the viewer projects could use more help. And I guess I have a few ergs that I can give to help viewers.
I have one final question then from me, actually. What's it? I forget his name. Clark, J.C. Clark. Early days, there was Uver, wasn't there? And there was early versions of OpenSim. Leah, you must know. Jason, there was one central person.
You're thinking of Justin Clark Casey.
Justin Clark Casey.
Clark, yeah.
Sorry, so yeah, geriatric memory job there. Right, Justin. There was a real ripple when he left because he not only spoke in the layman's language about things, which helped, but he was the centre. Maybe Ubis is coming close to look at that graph we're showing in the advert breaks. How Ubis hopping around from one place to the other for 365 days a year. But Justin really was regarded as a centre there. He'd take all the code that was being submitted and harmonise it and things like that, from what I gather, not being a techie. Is there anybody you really feel, except maybe Ubit, who's performing a kind of function for all you devs in that regard these days? Being as those you are the ones doing it.
Well, there obviously isn't.
Right.
and no one has stepped up. And it's also part of the personal views. In some sense, all of us all us tech people fall on the Asperger's spectrum somewhere. And so, having someone with good people skills as well as, organizational skills, the tech skills, that's a hard thing to do. And it's also a big commitment. It takes a lot of time.
As he found out, yeah. It's a perfect match, though. Any thoughts on that, Jay? well, you don't want to name names either, I'm sure. So we need somebody. Right, okay. I'm getting all the alerts. So 1 minute left and everything else. So I think we better round up. I'd like to thank Leah will take us out when I've rounded up. So basically, I'd like to thank you, Robert. So Robert Adams. I don't know, Mr. Blue, otherwise known as. That's it.
Yep.
And thanks to Joe Magarak. I hope I've got that pronunciation right. And yeah, thank you both for being here. And yeah, I think this is where we close it. And Leah takes over to do the conference bit.
Thank you, Mal. And thank you to Joe, Mr. Blue, and Mal for a great panel, and to our audience for the wonderful questions and thoughts about the future. Tomorrow there'll be another panel session in the morning, so stay tuned for that. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 1:30 in this keynote region, and it's entitled Building Empathy in the Virtual World. We also encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our panelists and to you, the audience.
so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 to 2 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Building Empathy in the Virtual World. Our speakers are Elaine Hotter and Jeremy Finkelstein. Dr. Hotter is a senior lecturer at Talpiot College in Holon. She is known for her innovative approach to teaching, which focuses on creating inclusive and diverse learning environments. Jeremy has been developing virtual world environments for education since 2006. He specializes in creating interactive environments designed to assist and further the educational process with fun and immersive content. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elaine and this is Jeremy, and we're really excited because it's the first time we're presenting here for you in this conference, even though we've been on OpenSim for a long time. Jeremy, will you tell everyone when you began?
Yeah, a long time ago. As Elaine said, this is our first time presenting at the conference, so just be gentle with us. But a long time I've worked on many different projects, evolving over time into, much more full-blown courses, one of which we're about to speak about.
Okay, so let's speak about it. So let's go to the first slide. We were given a job basically to write a MOOC. I don't know how many, if you're all familiar with it. It's a massive open online course. COSIA, edX. We worked for edX in Israel, and I was just so up thinking about, oh no, these MOOCs are terrible. You just see videos, the learners are passive, the pedagogy isn't new, and most students don't even complete the course. So I started to think of a way to make it different, to take it from what's called a MOOC to a MOVE. In other words, a massive open online virtual environment. And so that's basically what we did. And the topic was intercultural education. Next slide. So let's, if you can all please click on your screen and get to see the promo demo. About multiculturalism and cultural diversity.
كلهم مدبرين على رفع تربوتيوت.
الجميع يتكلم عن التعددية الثقافية والاختلاف الثقافي.
Everyone's talking about multiculturalism, but talking about it is one thing, and experiencing it is another. Welcome to Introduction to Multiculturalism, the first MOOC in the world to use a unique interactive system that allows you to create a virtual character you can see, experience,
let's just give
talk,
a couple of seconds for everyone to
meet,
finish.
and get to know people from
Hard to
other
know, isn't
cultures
it, when
in real time.
people finish it? Yeah.
This groundbreaking new course creates a world of learning experiences with simulations and role plays. You get to feel how it is to be someone else.
Okay, great. So
the team of course developers include experts from 8 institutions of higher education from different religions and cultural backgrounds.
How did we go about doing it? We made groups of 6 students, and then when Jeremy built the world, he built into areas where 6 students would work together. So we opened many worlds at the same time. Can we go to the next one? Now, the whole thing about developing empathy is interesting, and how have people done it in the past? The idea of the course is to teach intercultural education, but within it, we wanted to use the virtual world to experience everything. But up until then, people taught, up until the type of thing we're talking about, people said, okay, if we're going to learn about empathy, let's say we're going to learn about tribes in Africa or whatever. So you learn about them, you watch videos about them. You could actually bring someone into the classroom to meet. You could have a project when you learn with the children or the students from that particular country. But what we're talking about is the last thing, where not only can the groups be intercultural, but you actually get to experience what it's like to be somebody else. Next slide. So we took it in stages. The students shared personal experience. Maybe it was about bullying or things like that. Then they had simulations and role plays in the virtual world, followed by interactive explanations and summaries, videos. And yes, fine, exactly, Lisa, you're great. And then we had reflection with yourself and also with the rest of the group, and a discussion on the process that you went through. I think it'll be clearer when you see a video about it. Can we have the next slide?
Another video
this is
here.
the main video. So if you can watch this video, all of you, and I think it will be much clearer.
We live in a more global world, yet prejudice and racism is on the rise. How do the students in this course acquire the skills for cultural competence, awareness, and understanding of the other?
In order to accept and understand the other, it's not enough to learn about them, to learn about the problems, the difficulties
people
they face.
see the video,
We
or
should be
they
able
can't
to
see the
walk
video?
in their shoes and experience their lives.
When we experience, we remember. We can experience, for example, what it's like to be disabled and discuss how we felt.
We can be in a simulation where we become
maybe
else.
I'll
For
just
example,
paste the
a Syrian
link
refugee in
quickly
Europe.
into the
When we get to hear how people relate to us and don't accept us.
into the viewer.
Another example is becoming obese. Your avatar suddenly becomes really fat.
Oh, we've got 20 people watching on YouTube, so
These
that's good.
experiences form a
So if
lasting
you
impression
can't see
on
it here, then
lives.
I'm pasting into the
Target
viewer
audience is
the
students at
link.
academic institutions, teachers, employees in the social sectors, and the public at large.
What's the impact? After 3 courses in our pilot, 1 in each language with 350 students, the tests and qualitative data showed significant increase in empathy to others across the board, including different religions, cultural groups, LGBT, and color, and a decrease in bias and prejudice. And this change continued 8 months after the completion of the course.
Wow, really amazing.
Look what the students are writing.
Very good.
So interesting.
So in a nutshell, the students in this program learn about cultural diversity and experience it in the metaverse. They develop empathy for others and prejudices decrease.
Well, it was great seeing you all. Come and drop by and visit us in the virtual world.
Okay, just give you just a few more seconds and we'll continue. Okay, let's continue. So
I just wanted to jump in before we continue while we're waiting for everyone to finish. We have a special person in the audience who I haven't seen for a while, but she created some of the avatars for this program. Her name's Ada Radius here. So she did some wonderful work on our avatars here.
Okay, so I think it's clear in the video we basically spoke about empathy, and I will talk a bit. I mean, we've mentioned a bit about the results, but it was really inspiring for us to see that the impact of these simulations, there were altogether 5 simulations within the course, were much more powerful than we could ever have imagined. Now, one of the we'd like to show you a part of one of these simulations, a bit different to the others because it was a matter of choice. You could choose 3 different options. I'll just explain, but just before it begins, the people in the courses are actually people who are going to be teachers. And we wanted them to have some sort of experience about, well, so many things can go wrong in the classroom, and how you're going to deal in the classroom with the situations. I mean, they learn about how children see the world in black and white and not so many gray areas, and it's I belong to a group or it's my group, and if you have glasses, you're not part of my group. You know how children work. Some people take it on to adulthood, which is a cause of many conflicts, but we won't go into that today. But what we want to show you in this short video is one of the options you could choose and what happens. Please click on the next screen.
So this is the last video, we promise.
Yeah, yes. Sure. Okay, great. We've got this. We've also got the link as well. So or press on the screen, or you've got the link down below.
I don't want to sit next to a smelly black boy. Me either.
I also don't want to.
The teacher doesn't care about me. I was really offended and hurt. Now the other kids will be angry with me and won't want to talk to me.
This teacher is forcing us to do things we don't want to. I don't want to sit next to him. He's disgusting.
In the break, we'll beat him up.
Why isn't the teacher angry, and why doesn't the teacher do anything about what happened? It makes me feel really bad.
As you saw in the video, the gifted child, Rachel, suffers herself from discrimination, and she is in a stage of survival herself. Remember that the attackers can also be in distress. On the one hand, do not compromise and do not give up. And on the other hand, support and be empathetic to all students.
Okay, so
just a couple more seconds for them to finish.
Yeah, I just talk over it though.
Yeah.
So you can see this is one of the three options, and we've got the kids replying, which you would never have in the classroom. You wouldn't really know what the kids are thinking and what's going on. It was enjoyable, I think, for the student teachers. They had 2 simulations like this and different experiences working with the class, and the fact that we had experts there all the time telling them, explaining them what happens in their choice and what's going on, it obviously adds knowledge at the same time, but it's not just learning more, it's related to what you chose. It's more relevant to you personally. Now, within this course there are 7 units, each one talking about a different aspect of intercultural education. And the last unit, instead of having an exam, they have an escape room they need to get out of. And each room of the 7 rooms deals with the material learnt in that unit. So it demands them, they really have to go over everything to the material beforehand. And as the students said, it's the first time they've come out of an exam smiling, because it was really a fun experience at the end. They get their certificate and they've got through it. A lot of fun things going on there at the same time. So, and Jeremy, do you want to speak about, we've got 5 minutes left.
Yes, I just wanted to add some of the other things that they had to do. And one that I particularly loved was we built a little area which was a town square, and it had like a cinema and a post office and shops, etc. And the students had to each sit in a wheelchair, and they were given like a list of tasks that they had to do, like a to-do list. Go retrieve a package from the post office, etc. And they'd wheel around in their wheelchair, and they'd find that it's incredibly difficult to get up into the post office, because that day when they went there, the ramp was closed for maintenance. For instance, they had to get on a bus, etc. And the students really felt like they were experiencing how difficult, or somewhat how difficult it was to be in a wheelchair.
And not just physically, right? Yeah. Not just physically, emotionally, the way people treat you as if you don't exist and only speak to the person next to you, or they speak to you as if you're very slowly, as if, you're mentally disabled as well.
Right.
And we've done research on this, and maybe we should show the next slides. So the students had great things to say, and if you're interested in the academic side, we've published a few articles on this, also in virtual reality. This is like what the students feel that.
Do you want to read it out, or shall I?
Yeah, I think like everyone can read it. I don't think I have to read it out. But the students all said that it was much easier to remember. And even though we asked students like a year and a half after the course, they still, even today, if you meet these students, they're still convinced that they were disabled because of this experience. And just on the last note, we'll just put the last slide. Actually, the course is up for the Reimagine Education, which are the Oscars of Education taking place this week. It's got to the finals for the course that teaches values and ethics. So hopefully, who knows, we might even win. So we'll let you know.
Wonderful. I think that's, well, we're almost at the end. We've got 1 minute left, I think. So I just wanted to add that the course is also, it's not just in the virtual world. They also use the MOOC for things as well. But when I was building it, we built an entire HUD around this so the students could see what they were meant to be doing and where to go, and all the experiences worked through the HUD and the database, collecting data on what they did in the task so that they could see what they've done and what they still have to do. It was a great experience working on this project.
Yes, and we've got, if you come to our post into our booth 17, there's all the material there that you've been asking about and more. So we'll be only too pleased if you come there. And if you're interested, I mean, it's open on edX. Anybody can take this course. So.
Yeah. Oh, and one last thing. Tomorrow we have another presentation about one of our other courses, which is teaching spoken English, advanced spoken English in the virtual world.
Thank you, Elaine and Jeremy, for an informative and interesting presentation. I'm sure you saw in the comments and questions that Kaylee would like to see links to your papers. So if you have those in your booth, that'd be awesome. As a reminder to our audience, you'll want to check out the conference.openseminar.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 2 p.m. in the keynote region, and it's entitled Virtual Vignette and the Animaster, Unleashing the Power of Animesh in OpenSim for Education and Entertainment. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in OSCC Expo Zone 3 region to find accompanying information on the speaker's content and explore the hypergrid resources in Expo 2, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thanks again to Elaine and Jeremy and to our audience.
real. So real. Every knowing chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every knowing chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2:30 to 3 p.m. early session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. You know, in this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Leveraging 3D Environments for Soft Skills Training. Our speakers are Bruce Gross, who is Cooper Swizzle, and Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa. If you were at our earlier session, you'd know that Bruce ran a 5-year 3D-based training program before retiring. He brings a broad spectrum of experience and training and enjoys using and sharing knowledge gained from his 15-plus years of training experience. Carla has worked as an organization development and training consultant for many years. She continues to use many technologies in her work and sees 3D games and environments as powerful tools to enhance online and remote learning. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Carla, Bruce, let's begin the session.
Thank you.
Hello?
Oh, my thing went away, so we're just going to have to ad-lib it. So, welcome to Leverage 3D Environments for Soft Skills Training. I'm Cooper Swizzle, as Lyra just mentioned, otherwise known as Bruce Gross.
And I'm Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa, in real life and in 3D. We're from Training in the 21st Century, which we'll refer to as T21C. And you can learn more about us by coming to booth 13 in Region 3. So is there a way we can get the slides?
Hold on one second. So, because of the difficulties we're having, sorry about that, I've just uploaded the speakeasy again. It may not totally go along with what we're saying, so it may truncate, so just bear with us and thank you.
And that will bring up the slides too, Bruce?
Well, we're going to have, now I can bring up that slide. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go forward. At Training in the 21st Century, we focus on soft skills training for professional development, which can involve personal growth and development as well as professional. Today, we'll be highlighting some of the distinctive advantages of 3D environments for this kind of transformative learning. In 2010, we saw challenges in corporate training, whether they involve face-to-face sessions, webinars, or self-paced e-learning. In face-to-face soft skills training sessions tried to cram too much into marathons. They had week-long training offsites where participants didn't have time to internalize the new concepts or to practice new behaviors. So most of what they learned was quickly forgotten once they returned to the work site.
Webinars bored people silly, and most of the people thought they could multitask their ways through a session, so they didn't pay attention. And self-paced e-learning couldn't incorporate the power of learning from and with colleagues that is so important for adult learners. Instead, they were click, click, get it done, check the box for completion processes. Retention and actual utilization suffered in all three of these training methods.
Next slide.
T21C's approach relies on 3D environments, unique ability to make people feel like they're together in the same place, where they can act and interact together. We can create controlled learning environments to ensure participants are both intrigued and engaged while staying focused.
We use the terrain and environments we create to reinforce content and to enhance retention and attention. Environments can add drama and even humor to the content, both of which aid learning. Can you show the next slide, Bruce? The environments also add spatial memory to the learning. The sense of being in a specific space can be powerful for retention, and the sense of being present with others makes it easier for people to stay attentive and engaged during a class. The two environments that you're seeing are both involved in a change management course, and the way we've used the environments here is you see this mountainous terrain with the sea of uncertainty that in some ways reinforces some of what they're learning in the content. On the other side, you see the resisting change, which we teach in a lava pit or sort of reproduction of hell. And that's a bit of a humorous aspect to it. So we use, this helps to reinforce the memory of that, when having an environment that corresponds to and symbolizes or goes along with what they're learning helps them retain it better. So we also use scenarios to teach concepts and catalyze discussions, which is important for adult learning and retention. And we have a simple demonstration of something we might incorporate into a training session to show you.
So, in accordance with maintaining control of the environment, we've hidden this scene, but now we want you to focus on it. So, Franz, if you can put out the sexual harassment.
Yes, over on the left side of the stage.
Thank you. So, this is a scene that we've used in sexual harassment prevention training. We want to know if you think this shows sexual harassment. So if you'll zoom in on the scene, what we'd like you to do is type a Y for yes if you think it's sexual harassment.
Oh dear.
Type an N for no if you don't think it's sexual harassment. And type a question mark if you think it's a maybe. And you can do that in the chat.
Bruce, are you zoomed in on the scene? I don't know if it's my
yes, and they're both there.
It looks good. Okay, fine. My camera's been a little strange.
And they're saying it's hard to know from seeing them sit there. They are close, that's correct. Kayaker thinks it's a no. Lyra thinks maybe it's family. Frank thinks it's a no. Lisa thinks it's a no. Ada doesn't know for sure. So the thing that we're trying to point out here is this is a scene that can generate discussions about what is a very ambiguous and difficult topic. It generates valuable and enlightening discussions. So what we would do from here, after we would ask students in the class, what do they think? We would then have a discussion to find out why did they think the way they thought? Was this based on perception and things of that nature? So in this case, we're using Animesh characters created for us by Kim Star, a virtual vignette. This is known as a simple animation. Carla?
Yeah, we wanted to be able to create more complex scenarios using these kinds of characters, but with synchronized animations. So we're going to show you a video demonstration that we'd hoped to do live, but we didn't have time to make the changes to have it run smoothly here for today. So here's the video. I think somebody's going to show the video. is have an open discussion and an interactive class, but it's not really possible to do that in a presentation. So we'd appreciate getting your responses to it from a few questions we want to ask. So our first question is, do you think this is an effective dance team from what you just saw? So we'd ask you to type in team, then Y for yes, or N for no. Our second question is, does it look like they have a shared understanding of what to do? So type in shared and then Y for yes and N for no. The third question is, you think they have communicated effectively with each other? And put in communicated, then Y or N. And the fourth question is, do you think this team is collaborative? And so put in collaborative and then Y or N. So just to get your response to what you saw.
So thank you for your responses. And what we're basically trying to show you here is that this would be a discussion that we would have along a pathway, or many of you have seen the caves that we build. We can do this in a cave, but it's a way to incorporate the context of what they're learning in a discussion instead of doing, just a PowerPoint presentation that people just sit and listen to, or, just a regular lecture. So when we create our trainings, it's all about not only just being immersive, but keeping them engaged. And discussion is one of the most important things when you're doing 3D training.
And we could use this kind of scenario for courses on communication, on teamwork or team building and collaboration, as well as on leadership or cultural differences, because all of those things would be elements that would come out in an open discussion. So we use discussions in which learners share from their own experience, perspectives, and solutions. And one of the values of that is that participants then are learning from each other rather than from just the trainer. They can reveal, so they engage the adult audiences and learners in ways a simple presentation can't. And they increase retention as learners actively connect with what they hear and see, and connecting it to their own life experience.
So what we wanted to do was we wanted to be able to create a more effective and not just a simple simulation. That's where the Animaster comes in.
So we worked with Christine Nin of Ninja Services to create what we're calling the Animaster tool, and it enables us to set up and time the actions of the Animesh characters so they synchronize precisely and tell us whatever story we want. We're looking forward to sharing this new capability in the Kitely market in early 2024. Let's see.
And just to answer any questions real quickly, the Animaster, so Kim's Animesh have things in them to make them move around, but in one place. The Animaster will let you take that a step further by, as you saw in the dance, we could make them dance. When we did OS Fest a couple of months ago, we had different ones for tours to take them through the tours of our exhibits. So it takes the place of having to have someone there.
Okay.
Now, click.
Yeah.
We also use individual and group activities or games in which learners are challenged to actively use concepts we're teaching. One example is this box game. It can be used in real-time group activities, collaboratively, competitively, or both, depending on the participants.
And it can also be used as a self-paced individual activity. The activity is also designed so we can put it in you can use it for a wide range of topics. So in the image you see, it's being used for a course on bullying where people are asked to match specific behaviors to different types of bullying. You notice another game that we have down in the corner there, is based on people feeding fish a certain kind of food based on their level of readiness to do certain tasks. So that was a fun game. But again, we always try to make sure that we can multi-purpose our games.
Excuse me. We're also working with a client who's using this game to create a cybersecurity learning activity.
Bruce, can you advance this slide?
Oh, I thought I did. Sorry. Yeah. In this case, it involves matching specific activities to a framework for cybersecurity developed by the National Institute of Technology on how to prevent, detect, and respond to cyber attacks.
It's important to us that these tools be flexible because we don't, we like to be able to repurpose them. It's also important to us that they be simple to use for the user. So we'll go into that more later, but now we get the next activity, Bruce.
Okay, this is my dog, Oscar. And so what we're going to do is we're showing you that there are four, hold on a second. I got to bring it out. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, for Oscar.
It's in the air. Do you see it?
Yeah, no, I see it. Ron, is it possible for you to pull the box down?
Will do.
And the boxes too.
Cute little guy, isn't he?
Yeah, this might not.
Okay, so the basic idea is when the game is over with, as you can see, it will say, congratulations, you're correct. We have 4 boxes here, or 4 activities. One is for him to sleep, eat, drink, and play with his bone, and take a bath. The bath will not work because once what you do is you click on the box that you want to put on the platform, click the platform, the box will float over. If it's not the right box to go on the platform, it will come back and it'll give you an error message in your nearby chat. So it's okay, Franz. I got through it. I think everyone understands the principle.
Well, we left out one important thing. There's a reset button that usually goes with it too, that once we click it, everything goes back to starting position. So it's very easy to set it up again for the next use. So that's a real, it's one of my favorite things about it.
And if you notice, this one had only 4 boxes. I'm going to go backwards on the slides. Back. This game has, I believe, 12 to 16 boxes, and this is cybersecurity one has 18 to 22 boxes. So we can set the game up for whatever the learning activity is meant to be.
And if you notice the number of platforms, we have set it up so that we would have different groups who would each have a set of platforms and boxes, and they could compete with the other groups but work collaboratively among themselves. So it can be used as in any number of ways for people who, depending on whether they love to be competitive or they love to be collaborative. We can accommodate that.
Okay. Here's a few other things that we offer. So Carla?
Yeah, well, I want to say that game, plus the many of the things we do, we really focus on trying to make them very, very easy for newbies in the 3D worlds, because we never know what combination, but most often we have people who have not been in 3D before or have been in 3D very little. So that's why the box, all you have to do is click the box, then click the platform, and you're done as a learner. This show an example of some other kinds of things that we do. If you notice the picture on the left here, there's a little cobbler in the corner on the left side of the picture. You click him, and you get a text message coming in local chat, and he is asking a question in this case, and then we can alter the number of selections or choices the person has, and based on what they choose, they will get different information. It can be something that gives them more information about the topic, that corrects them if they made a mistake, or we've also used this for a kind of a mystery quest or a treasure hunt kind of thing, where they get a clue if they get the right answer, and they don't get a clue if they don't. So it can be fun that way. The picture on the right is just something where people walk along and something pops up. In this case, this is about facial recognition, and the people click on their little black dots on the column next to it. Each one corresponds to some sort of emotion, and they can choose what emotion they think it is, and then they'll get an answer based on whether they get the right answer. So that's a simple process. Again, all they have to do is walk and click here.
So this next one are two games. They're the same game, just changed around. This one on the left, as you can see, is for bullying. The one on the right is for sexual harassment prevention. There's boxes that they can click on, because these are multiple choice or true and false questions. And based on what answer you're supposed to be giving, the boxes either say have Y or N, and the multiple choice boxes have A, B, C, or D.
And with these, this is set up for actual real-time training. The walking along a path and clicking on different characters to get in some kind of question or answer situation, it can be done as either a self-paced learning or as a real-time group learning process. This one is, again, walking along the path and having information pop up, or walking through, in this case, a cave, and clicking on information where we might get note cards, or we might give local chat messages, depending on whether we want them to be able to retain that information and come back and refer to it, or we want them to remember it.
So we want to thank you all for attending, and want to know, does anyone have any questions before we close? Type them in the chat. And thank you for all your responses earlier.
Any questions? Well, I want to thank you, Bruce and Carla. Oh, let me see. I don't see any questions at this time. I want to thank you for such an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you want to check out the conference.openseminar.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region after a 30-minute break, and it's entitled State of the Metaverse. Also, we want to encourage you to check out the amazing booth 13 that our presenters have, and all their content in it in the OSCC Expo 3 region, to find accompanying information, and also explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the Expo regions. Thank you again to Bruce and Carla, and to you, the audience.
And thank you all.
Thank you.
so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. passion so real. Passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
speaker is Maria Korolov. Maria is a published author and the editor of The Hypergrid Business since 2009. She's also a notable science fiction author. Please check out the website for more details about her bio at conference.opensimulator.org, and also for the session details and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, please send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thanks, Lear. Thanks, everybody, for having me here. I really appreciate it. I love talking about myself. OpenSim. So I've been writing about OpenSim for 14 years now? Oh my God. This is insane. I've been gathering statistics and occasionally doing articles, a little bit less over the past year or so because I've been doing a lot of other stuff at my day job, which I will be talking about in the next presentation half an hour from now. Today, I'm here to talk about what's happening in OpenSim, statistics-wise, and on the metaverse in general. So, and as you know, some of you know, Hypergrid Business collects monthly statistics, all the grids, the land area in terms of standard region count, standard region equivalents, active users, and all of those months, each of those measures has hit a record high for the 14 years we've been covering OpenSim. So if anybody tells you that OpenSim is falling behind or whatever, the numbers do not support that. So a bunch of grids have closed, but a lot of new grids have opened this year and have stuck around. So total this year, we've had 5 grids active at some point over the course of this year. A lot of it is thanks to DreamGrid, which makes it possible for anyone to set up their own grid. It's a distribution of OpenSim. There have been other distributions of OpenSim before, the Diva distro that DreamGrid is based on, that makes it easier for people to run OpenSim. So we've always had something like this, but people are really taking advantage of it to create small grids, private grids, group grids, company grids, etc., etc. We have become more judicious at Hypergrid Business about what grids we list. We only list the grids that are clearly public-facing grids and not something private just for 1 or 2 people. So we looked at grids that advertise, that have websites where people can register, that promote their events publicly, that kind of thing. So this is the number of public grids that are welcoming outside visitors. Again, record high. We also have a number of active users these last 12 months. Now, this was exactly 12 months ago. The numbers have declined since then. They last hit 44,123 in November. So we did hit a record high this year, but then it kind of like bounced around within like a couple of thousand underneath that. Here are all the active users. This is for the end of the year each year, for the last month of the year or the November of the year, depending on when this conference was held. Nearly all the grid, all the land area and all the active users. So if you, the green part of this chart is the hypergrid enabled grids. So for the most part, all the active users are on grids that let people travel in and out. And almost all the land area is on grids that let people travel in and out. And you can see how the land area has grown. It's several times the size of Second Life right now, mostly because it is so inexpensive to have land in OpenSim. We've covered a few big stories this year. We had several conferences took place on the Hypergrid International Expo. OS Fest took place in September. We had a lot of grids celebrated big birthdays this year. Oh, and Avatron closed again. I just wanted to mention them because I stopped covering this grid. The last time they shut down and opened again, I was like, we're not even going to go into that. But it's always a big splash when it happens because a lot of people lose their lands, inventory, and assets. So be careful about what grid you commit to. Okay, so I'm going to go quickly through this. These are all the grids that were founded this year. There were over 80 total that are still around. So these were grids that appeared this year that have stayed up. And we had, like I said, over 80 grids total have launched this year. And these, again, are public grids that are welcoming external visitors. And this is, I should probably move through these slides a little slower because it's taking a little time for the previews to load up in my viewer here. So anyway, and that brings us to November, and I want to talk about this state of virtual reality and the metaverse. So unlike OpenSim, which has been doing very well, the metaverse in general, not doing that great. So I've been trying to cover virtual reality in the enterprise for quite a while. I talked to the head people at Ford who are using virtual reality to design automobiles. I've talked to people who use virtual reality like in other spaces. And I've pretty much not been able to find any major companies that are really doing stuff with it outside of small marketing things. And it's been a little unfortunate. So investment has dropped significantly. It went from 3.7 billion in 2021 to 7.6 billion in 2022. Facebook, Meta rebranded and put a ton of money into it. So far this year, we've only had 700 million in investment, so a tenth of what we saw last year. So even if we do get more money during the second half of the year invested, we're still probably not going to see a significant amount of investment in the metaverse this year. And there's been a sharp drop-off in interest in the metaverse, according to Google Trends, since 2021 as well. Same thing for headset sales. According to IDC, they've been declining since 2021. And I've seen the IDC projections from a couple of years ago, and they were like, and we're going to have 100 million headsets sold this year. So that didn't work out. According to surveys of business leaders, the barriers to adoption include user experience, a lack of content, and a lack of consumer awareness. Those were the three biggest ones. And so last year, people did expect to see positive impact from virtual reality, but this year, this 95% has dropped down, and virtual reality. I forgot to update this particular slide. This year, virtual reality is far down on the list of emerging technologies that businesses are expecting to see positive impact. The number one is generative AI. So Meta lost 11 billion so far this year in 2023, and that's before the end of year numbers are in. Disney discontinued Metaverse division. Microsoft laid off its entire Metaverse team and stopped working on its virtual reality HoloLens headset in a significant degree. So did Tencent and Snapchat. So a lot of big players have been backing off from this. And if you have any questions, wow, I went through this fast today. So if you have any questions, you can find me at maria@hypergridbusiness.com. And I hope that there are questions. I don't usually talk.
Well, while we're collecting questions, why don't you show those slides again? Some of them didn't res for me, so I'm not sure that the live stream audience really caught all of that wonderful content. You had some wonderful, many grids starting up and a lot of data there. Yeah.
Yes.
Any questions from our audience?
So yes, huge number of public grids. And so I hear from people who I shall not name that it's a problem that we have people on the hypergrid and they're traveling between different grids and bringing content from one grid to another and all that stuff. I don't think that's a problem at all. It is it's a huge advantage of OpenSim. It's the reason why OpenSim has an advantage over Second Life is the hypergrid. It is our biggest differentiator. Is it in the trough of the Gartner hype cycle? I think so. I mean, I do think that eventually the metaverse will get here. But it will right now, I'm thinking that it will be in the form of augmented reality rather than virtual reality. Kind of like Zoom, but without a monitor. Like the Zoom people will be floating in space around you, and you'll have like restaurant menus in space around you, and games in space around you. Which will mean that, you know, our cell phones will be upgraded to a new cell phone kind of style interface that involves some kind of hologram. And there's a lot of cell phone manufacturers are all working on this, first through glasses and next through, you know, various other technologies that are coming along. But that's a long way away. So are we going to get there? I think so. I mean, I've been a big fan of virtual reality from the beginning, but right now, gaming is the big use case for virtual worlds in general, and like things like Grand Theft Auto. I mean, most of the big name games are immersive, where people are interacting inside virtual environments. So clearly, this is something that people enjoy, and games do usually often take the lead on technologies. Whether this will eventually translate into social uses and business uses. Facebook tried, but and Facebook has been investing a huge amount of money. So I don't think that the lack of investment on a part of industry is a problem. Yeah, I've got a bunch of helmets on a shelf behind me right now. I actually gave a giveaway on Craigslist. I announced that I was giving away free helmets. Like about a dozen people showed up to get them. I still have a helmet that I bought a few months ago that I haven't even opened. And it was like a couple of $100 one from HP because, you know, there's no rush. There's nothing particularly I want to do with it. And so it's just been sitting here next to my desk. Yeah, I do think it will eventually get here, but I mean, Apple's investing big in this, Facebook's investing big in this. I think it is the eventual direction where we're going, but we still have a lot of stuff. The Apple VR helmet costs several $1,000s. So, maybe a few people will buy it because they're big Apple fans or because they have an actual business use case for it. Like, people do buy the Microsoft HoloLens for business cases, like automobile design, things like that. And maybe at some point they will turn this into a consumer device. And if it becomes a replacement for a cell phone, then yes, people will buy, I think, a new headset if it replaces your cell phone or if it replaces your video game console. But as an add-on to your video game console or an add-on to your cell phone, it's kind of a high price to pay. And the big problem with a headset is that you don't use it every day, so you forget how to use it, which is the problem that I've been seeing with mine. I've been away from it for a few weeks, so if I put it on, I have to charge it up. I have to run the upgrades on the software. I have to remember how to use the user interface. By the time I do all that, my meeting's over. You know, easier to hop onto Zoom, which I use every day. So if it's a replacement for a cell phone, for something that people do use every day, then yes, I think we'll see very broad adoption. But if it's an add-on that people only use once in a while, then it's a much harder sell for it. So somebody asked about the trends on themes for the grids. I haven't seen any particular trends. I've been disappointed in that many of the grids seem to follow the same kind of basis. For social grids, we love our users, and we have some events, and we have some performers, and we have parties. And so I haven't seen a lot of big differentiators in grids. So the problem with differentiating yourself is that you're marketing to a smaller population. So I think it probably seems to grid owners that the broader base the grid is, the easier it'll be to market it because everybody can join. But that's actually a marketing challenge, because if a grid is everything to everybody, then it's kind of like not really for anybody in particular. So yeah, I think that I would love to see more specialized grids that are focused on particular types of games or particular types of activities and really promote those things heavily. So I've seen some grids for geographic communities, for some kinds of specific role playing, and I would love to see more of that. All right, so bumping into things. Yeah, the latest Facebook headset that I've tried out has a little bit of see-through stuff, so it kind of shows you the room around you, kind of, so you don't bump into things, and it gives you guidelines as to how much you can move, so you don't like destroy things. But yeah, that's one problem that AR solves, because you're still in your own physical environment, but the AR things are added on top of that. For VR, you probably either want to be sitting down or standing in one place, or you want to be in a special built VR environment, like an escape room or something like that kind of thing. And there's an escape room in my town that's also a VR location, so you can do escape rooms and you can do like VR in the same place. So that kind of thing. But for movement kind of games, AR is probably a better bet. So yeah, I can't talk about fixing scripts. That sounds like a question for OpenSim developers. But I would love to see more AR games, like Beat Saber kind of thing, or Fruit Ninja, where things are flying, fruit are flying at you, but in your actual living room. So you can see where the TV is, and you can see all this other stuff. And a much lighter headset, like a pair of glasses, form factor, so people can actually wear them for a longer period of time. And I think we will get there. Technology is getting lighter, batteries are getting better, display screens are getting smaller and higher resolution, but it takes longer than we expect. And of course, I love the VR YouTube fails, yes, but we're getting fewer of them, so that's also sad.
Thank you, Maria, for an informative and interesting presentation. And stay tuned, because she's going to be right back, okay? As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 4 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled How Generative AI Will Change Content Creation and Coding. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the Expo regions. Thank you again, Maria and the audience. We'll see you shortly.
passion so real. Passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, How Generative AI Will Change Content Creation and Coding. Our speaker is Maria Korolov. If you were at the previous session, you know that Maria is a published author and the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thanks, Lear. Thank you for having me. I love being in front of everybody here, in case you guys didn't see me in my previous presentation. So this is about the stuff that I do outside of OpenSim. So I've been the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009, covering OpenSim and virtual worlds. But before that, I've been a technology journalist. I started as a technology journalist during the early days of the .com thing. I was working on staff for Computer World, and I was covering the digital transformation of the industry. Back in the days where, like, we had all these AI magazines, that not AI magazines, internet magazines like Business 2.0 and eCompany Now, that were several inches thick, and you learned about the internet by reading print publications. Golden age for technology journalism. And I've been covering enterprise technology ever since. So I work, and I'm still writing for Computer World. I write about AI for Computer World now. I write for Network World. I write for CIO Magazine, which is Chief Information Officer, and I write for CSO Magazine, which is Chief Security Officer. And these are the biggest enterprise technology publications on the planet. And I've won the top awards in my industry for my coverage. In fact, I won a national award for my coverage of Whirlpool using self-driving robots in their factories. So this is my shtick. This is what I cover, and for the last year, it's pretty much been generative AI all day, every day at my job. And I'm talking to CEOs, I'm talking to CIOs and CSOs of enterprises who are trying to figure out what's going on, and I'm talking to experts and the people who are inventing this stuff. I'm going to conferences. I'm going to be a keynote speaker at an AI conference in March. If you happen to be in Peru, I'm going to be speaking in Lima. I'm going to be the keynote speaker there. And I speak at online conferences and all that stuff. So that is my day job. And it has been an insane, literally an insane year. The stuff that has happened this past year is incredible. It is the fastest pace of change I've ever seen. So before I go into the AI myths that I'm hearing the most from creative types, I want to just give you a sense of how fast this is changing. So back when the internet first came out and we had America Online, people had to buy modems and computers and get a phone connection to the internet or a cable connection to the internet, or get the internet, from their work or from their college. It was hard to get online. It was hard to use it. If you wanted to put up a website, you had to learn HTML. There were a lot of barriers to entry. And if you were living overseas, it was even harder to get online. Many countries, rural areas, did not have internet access. Companies were slow to adopt the technology. Everybody knew they had to do something, but they didn't know what they were doing. They hired a teenage kid to be their webmaster, to set up a website. It was a very slow, gradual transformation. And the thing that the internet hit most was information. So the transmission of information, the control of information, that was disrupted by the internet. So if you were an encyclopedia business, you were severely disrupted, and you either went out of business or you figured out a way to adapt. Similarly, generative AI is going to revolutionize the sector of expertise. If you are an expert in something, if you know how to do something, if you can take the information that's out there and show you how to apply it to your own particular case, if you know how to draw, if you know how to paint, if you know how to write computer code, if you know how to write news articles or how to edit books, all this kind of knowledge, the generative AI can do. It does it badly. It does it worse than humans in many, many respects. The early internet was also worse than what it replaced. The early internet was worse than encyclopedias. The early internet was worse than physical books. The early internet was worse than your white pages and your yellow pages. It was worse than all the technologies it soon came to replace because it evolved quickly. Generative AI is also evolving quickly, but it doesn't have any of the barriers to entry that the internet had. When ChatGPT was released a year ago in 10 days, on November 30th, 2022, it became the fastest growing app in history. 100 million people from around the world immediately started using it because as long as you have an internet connection, a smartphone, a computer, anything, you can get to ChatGPT. You can use it in pretty much any language, anywhere on the planet. And if you're in Russia and you can't have access to it, you immediately got yourself a VPN so you can log in. It was like literally the next day after it came out, all the Russian websites were talking about how to get into it because the advantages of it were so clear for spam and hackers and everything else. It is really, really transformative because everyone on the planet at this point either has a smartphone or knows somebody who has a smartphone and they can access it or borrow it. And everybody can now, almost anybody can set up their own private AI. There are over 200 foundation models out there right now, competitors to ChatGPT. Many of them much smaller, many of them open source that are available. There's some small enough that can run on a phone. There's some small enough that can run on your computer. But with cloud computing, anybody can run even the biggest of these AI foundation models by just renting cloud server space. And any company can do it. There are zero barriers to entry in AI. And it is also evolving insanely fast. So usually the technology doubles in capacity every 18 months to 2 years. I mean, that's been the Moore's Law historical trend. AI is doubling in capacity every few months, if not faster. The latest AI app that I'm using, Claude, can now process 200,000 tokens, which is about 150,000 words, which is 2 average length books or 1 epic fantasy book. So you can upload an entire book that you're writing and ask it to identify plot holes, to identify your major themes, to identify lack of character motivations. It can do all this already. The pace of change that's happened over the past year has been absolutely insane. So let's talk about some myths that I see creators have. So I'm involved with a bunch of writing groups and art, and there's artists. I run a science fiction magazine, Metastellar, and we have hundreds of contributors to our publication. And so we have like artists and other people on our board who are part of it. And some of the main misconceptions that I'm seeing is that AI is cut and paste. It takes stuff that's out there and just assembles it together like a little jigsaw puzzle. And so it can't produce anything that's original. It's just copying what's out there already. And this is absolutely not true. The way that the generative AIs work is they learn from what they see and then they extrapolate from it. They create new stuff based on the patterns that they've seen. They forget their actual training data. The actual training data is not stored. It's the patterns that they discover that are stored. And in fact, we just saw one of the court cases about copyright infringement, a big part of it was dismissed because the people suing OpenAI couldn't produce any cases where something was copied exactly from an original artwork or piece of text. It generates something new. If it overlaps with something that's out there already, that wasn't like the way it's intended. And if it happens anyway, the one of the AIs that had a problem with this, it was printing actual lyrics to songs. They just added a filter to filter the actual copyrightable stuff out. People are saying it's just autocomplete on steroids, that it remembers the relationships between words and just gives you the next word in the sentence that's most likely. And that isn't fact how it used to work. So the old machine learning that we've had for the past 10 years does work like that. You've bought shoes previously on Amazon, maybe you'll also like to buy these socks. You know, a simple, straightforward prediction based on past events, predict the future events. The new generative AI takes those patterns between words and then looks at the patterns between those patterns between words, then looks at the patterns between those patterns between those patterns, and then on and on like that. And the final result is pretty close to actual reasonable thinking. And in fact, if you ask an AI a complicated question and you tell it to think it through step by step, it will give you a better response. And if you ask it to go back and reevaluate its thinking and see where it went wrong, it will go back and review its thinking and actually identify the problems where it went wrong. And if you still don't think that, you know, AI can have like original thought, upload a piece of work that's new that you just wrote. And like, for example, myself, I have a whole bunch of unpublished novels. I've got like 9 novels finished that are ready to be edited and published. And so I uploaded one of those models and I said, what are the plot holes in this model? And it went in this novel, and it went through and found all the plot holes. It was not auto-completing this because that novel didn't exist anywhere on the internet. I had just written it. I hadn't published it anywhere. It wasn't repeating what somebody else said about my novel. It was coming up with original criticism of my novel. And this is a very frightening thing because obviously I make my living writing and editing. So yeah, I'm like really super worried about this. People are saying that it can't match humans because it's based on human models, and so it can only do as well as the average human. So there's a program called AlphaGo, and this is like a couple of years ago now. Google created this. They were the original inventors of this whole generative AI, although they didn't do anything with it. And AlphaGo was trained on all the human games, and so it could play as Go as well as humans could. And then they had AlphaGo play against itself. And the thing about Go is you can't brute force an answer. You can't just think about possible permutations and pick the best one because there's too many of them. It has to understand the patterns, how the game works. And it played millions of games against itself. And it invented new strategies that humans in their thousands of years of playing Go hadn't come up with. So yes, AI can definitely match and surpass humans in many areas. In fact, in a whole bunch of tests, including creativity tests, these AI models have beaten the average human or even average professional in their field. So if you are in a creative profession and you've been dismissing AI as something that you don't need to worry about for these reasons, those reasons are already not true, and they're going to be even less true with every month as the models improve. All right, so I talked about AlphaGo. So it created training data by playing against itself. AIs can also create training data by interacting with humans. So every time you talk to ChatGPT, it learns from that interaction. Every time you tweet something on Twitter, Twitter learns from that interaction, and it's going to train its grok on it. And I'm told that I have to speed up a little bit. Okay, so and it could interact with the environment, so it can actually run tests and see what works and what doesn't. So if it wants to learn math, it could actually interact with a calculator and see how good it is at, making calculations. So there's a lot of things that an AI can do where it's not limited by training data. So some people think AI will kill art, and I like to look at the example of photography. So when photography was first invented, portrait painters were freaking out. Photography isn't real art. All you do is press a button. Literally, you point the camera and you press a button. You don't need years of training in how to draw, and it makes a perfect picture. This is like the work of the devil. We shouldn't have it. And yes, a bunch of portrait painters lost their jobs as a result. But we still have human portrait painters. The human portrait painters often use photography to create reference images so their clients don't have to sit still for hours. But photography also became its own art form, and photography also gave us television and movies and all sorts of magazines and all sorts of other things that would not have been possible without photography. So even though you're just putting your finger on a button and clicking it, even if you're like putting it on a button on a drone and the drone is taking those pictures, it is still considered art, and you are the artist of who creates that photograph. So there's legal issues around AI. Stolen training data is the big one. If you're an artist, Adobe uses only licensed data for its training, and it pays its artist. It sent out the first payment in September. It pays people when their artwork is used to generate new art. And it's the only big company that does it. Getty Images also uses only licensed data. So if you're an artist, I recommend that you use Adobe Firefly. And that's the one that we use at Metastellar. It only uses licensed data, and it has a free plan, and the paid plan starts at $5 a month. Then the copyright. You cannot copyright AI-produced work. So that is currently the standard in the United States. If an AI produces it, you can't copyright it because it's considered not to have human involvement. But you do have to type in a prompt. And then often you might give it like a sketch or something to get it started. And then you interact with it and modify the results and make it, go a little bit more like this or change this part. So there's a lot of human effort already involved. But also with photography, all you do is press a button and you can still own the copyright to that. And with photography, if two people take the same picture, both of them have the copyright to that picture. The Chinese courts have already ruled that you can copyright AI-generated stuff. And I have a feeling that because of corporate pressure, we're going to be able to copyright AI-generated work very, very quickly. So if you're an artist hoping that this will protect you, that you can't copyright AI stuff so you don't have to worry about AI, I don't think it's going to last long. Will it take jobs? It will take jobs, but it will also create jobs. So there was an Ernst & Young study a month ago, and they asked a couple of thousand CEOs about if they plan to adopt generative AI. 99% of them said that they would or are already doing it. And the reason they're doing it is because they're already seeing immediate business benefits. It's speeding up computer programming. It's speeding up creating marketing content. It's speeding up all sorts of stuff that corporations do. So they're already seeing business benefit from it. Generative AI is the single biggest business technology adoption that I've ever seen in the history of covering enterprise technology. So as I already mentioned, the way the internet changed access to data, generative AI will change access to expertise. So how do you survive as an artist? And I'm getting this from the consultants that I interview. So consultants are totally in the crosshairs. Their business model is about to disappear. So all the consultants are freaking out. PricewaterhouseCoopers is spending billions of dollars to figure out what their mission is going to be in the age of generative AI, because they do accounting and other advice, and generative AI is going to be able to give that advice better and cheaper than they are. So the first thing is You educate yourself on what's happening out there. You experiment with what's happening out there, and you figure out where you can use it and where you don't want to use it. So, for example, if you're a portrait painter, you might use photographs as reference images. So if you are an artist, you might use AI to generate a bunch of marketing stuff to promote your human art. And finally, you lean into your humanity. The same way that organic farmers lean into the fact that they're organic and every cow has its own Facebook page. You lean into that. If you're an artist, you go on YouTube. You go places where you can show that you are human, and you make that a major selling point. Okay, so for OpenSim, if you are a content creator on OpenSim, the two big use cases are marketing and content. Marketing is absolutely the big one. It's the one that OpenSim grids have the hardest time with. You should be using it for marketing right away. And that means that you use Claude 2 for text generation. Claude 2 is run by Anthropic, founded by expats from OpenAI, based on constitutional AI, and it does not use your stuff for training data. The basic plan is free, and you get all the features. You can upload a 150,000 word book. That's like a huge, thick, epic fantasy novel, and you can work with it. It's as good as GPT-4, and again, it does not use your stuff for training data, and it's not being sued by everybody. And Adobe Firefly for art, it's not as good as Midjourney, but it's getting up there, and it's trained on fully licensed images and pays its artists. So those are the two right now that I recommend, but there's, like I said, hundreds of others. Use it to write website text, press releases, emails to your customers and clients and members. Use it to create illustrations for your marketing designs. You can also suggest ideas for everything, for ideas for social media posts, ideas for like literally everything that you're having trouble with. It can give you advice and help you work through things.
You are so good. You're almost an AI yourself. Look at that link. That's wonderful.
Now, for content, for OpenSim. So first of all, speed of development. This was March 2022. This is what AI art looked like. This is the state of the art in AI art. This was April, so it looks a little bit more like a cat. This was July. This was when Midjourney started winning art competitions. And this was November. This is the pace of change of AI. And the way that image generation changed last year, text generation is changing this year. Next year, we're going to see video and 3D coming. But the same fast pace of change. If you're not using it because it's not good enough, learn how to use it right now, because it's about to get good enough, like literally any second. In OpenSim, where did it go? In OpenSim, you can use it to create in-world stories, NPC dialogues, textures, 3D objects, scenes. You can use it to code interactive elements and scripts and debugging your code, and to write documentation for code. It is really, really good at this and getting faster and better at it, literally day by day. I've seen some estimates that it's doubling in ability every 2 months. It's an insane pace of change. And AI is designing its own chips and improving its own code. So it's like bootstrapping itself at this point. It is an insane, this past year has been one of those insane periods in human technological inflection. People are saying it's the invention of electricity, the Industrial Revolution all over again, and I don't blame them. I've been covering this for decades, and yes, this is the fastest pace of change I have ever seen in my life. Wonderful. So absolutely email me if you have any questions. And here is where you can get the slides online.
Well, thank you, Maria, for such an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. Our next session begins at 5 p.m. in this region, and it's called Managing Student Emotions in the Metaverse. We also encourage you to visit the posters in the expo regions for the sponsor and crowdfunder booths. Thank you again, Maria, and to you, the audience.
Thank you for
so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
You're live. Oh, wait.
Hello,
Oh,
everyone,
yes, you are.
and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Managing Student Emotions in the Metaverse. Our speaker is Maria Magdelena, who is Marcel Mosswood. Maria is the founder and teacher of the Selu Bangsa Mulia, a Metaverse school based in Indonesia. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for her speaker bio, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Hello, our presenter, Maria Magdelena, is also known as Marcel Mosswood in Second Life. Sorry, she isn't able to present in voice today because she has a hard cough. The sound will disturb you, so instead, Lear will be her voice for today. So I'll start her presentation by talking about managing emotional conflict between students in our Metaverse school. Some people think that there is no conflict that can occur in an online school due to there's no physical interaction between students. But this seems to be an exception for virtual world schools. The virtual world makes people feel like they're in one place with other people and doing activities with them. But this is what makes interactions in online schools and virtual world schools quite different. Virtual education has gained widespread popularity and recently, especially due to its simulations, its flexibility, the convenience. However, this transition from traditional classrooms to virtual learning environments has presented a new set of challenges, particularly in managing conflicts between students. Conflicts in virtual world schools can negatively impact the learning experience and hinder academic progress. Therefore, it is crucial to identify the causes of conflict and implement strategies to manage and mitigate it effectively. Our school uses the virtual world platform for all learning meetings. For voice interactions, we use Discord, which we also use for daily interactions outside the metaverse. Our students come from various regions in Indonesia with different cultures. As a brief illustration, conflict usually occurs in topics. For example, 1. Push each other's avatar in the metaverse. 2. Moving the avatar to disturb friends. 3. Language enthusiast, the one who likes to continue to correct language errors used by friends. Well, it seems that just a small amount of students like to accept criticism. This occurs in their interactions in the metaverse and in Discord. 4. Rivalry of social groups usually happens in the metaverse and Discord. The gap in knowledge, number 5, between young students and teenagers about viral phrases that have the possibility of offending. So what do we do? Well, understanding conflict in virtual world schools focuses on these types of conflict. Conflict in virtual world schools can manifest in various forms, including interpersonal conflicts, communication issues, academic disputes, and technology-related conflicts. Interpersonal conflicts can arise from differences in personalities, values, or misunderstandings. Communication issues might stem from misinterpretations of written text or a lack of nonverbal cues. Academic disputes, well, they can occur over group projects or differences in opinions. Technology-related conflicts may result from technical glitches or difficulties with online platforms. So these causes of conflict, if we explore them, several factors contribute to conflicts in online schools, and these include number 1, lack of face-to-face interaction, making it challenging to gauge the emotions and intentions of others. Can't see my face. 2, diverse student backgrounds. Students in virtual world schools come from various cultural and social backgrounds. This can lead to misunderstandings and differences in communication styles. 3, technical issues. Problems with internet connectivity, software, and hardware. Well, that can trigger frustration and conflicts. Ignorance about using Discord features to support voice activities will also be annoying for others. For example, when you are in a discussion and suddenly a student starts singing and his voice disturbs the other students. Well, this turns out to be due to ignorance about using the mute button in Discord, and this can leave a bad impression on the student. So what are the strategies for managing conflict? Well, to effectively manage and mitigate conflicts in the virtual world schools, a proactive approach is necessary. Educators, administrators, and students themselves can employ various strategies. Number 1, clear communication. Encourage students to engage in clear and respectful communication. This can be achieved by setting guidelines for online discussions and for using voice chat for more personal interactions. 2, conflict resolution training. Incorporate conflict resolution training into the curriculum. This equips students with essential conflict resolution skills, including active listening, empathy, and negotiation, to help them address disputes constructively. In our metaverse, we have a building that we call the Mental Health Building. Here, students can get various information about their well-being as children, students, and residents of the metaverse. Number 3, meditation and support, or mediation, excuse me. Offer mediation services and support mechanisms for students experiencing conflicts. Mediators, counselors, or instructors can help parties involved in disputes to find mutually agreeable solutions and de-escalate tensions. 4, group norms. Establish clear group norms and expectations for collaborative work. Group projects are common in virtual world schools, and well-defined norms can reduce the likelihood of conflicts arising from different work styles or expectations. 5, technological support. Ensure students have access to technical support to resolve issues related to the online learning platform. Rapid resolution of technical problems can prevent frustrations that may lead to conflicts. So what's the prevention and intervention? Number 1, preemptive measures. Proactively address potential conflicts by setting ground rules and expectations at the beginning of class. This sounds familiar to me. 2, create a safe and inclusive virtual world learning environment where students are encouraged to express their concerns openly and honestly. Item number 2, timely intervention. Recognize conflicts early and intervene efficiently. Ignoring or downplaying conflicts can allow them to escalate. Encourage students to report issues and provide a clear process for addressing conflicts. Conclusion. Conflict in the virtual world schools is a challenge that can disrupt the learning experience and negatively impact student well-being. By understanding the types and causes of conflicts, along with implementing effective strategies for managing and mitigating learning conflicts, it is crucial for creating a harmonious and productive online learning environment. Educators, administrators, and students themselves must work together to foster a positive relationship and to resolve disputes constructively, ensuring that virtual world education remains a valuable and enriching experience. If you have questions or you would like to visit us, please email her at marcelinimaria@gmail.com. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions for our speaker? Oh, you are welcome. I used to tell my classes, I'd go in and I'd say, today we're going to have a juicy conflict. I know that's just the opposite of what you're talking about, but the reason we would do it is to get the communication going, to understand what are the barriers to managing conflict, and to kind of do a role reversal, a self-awareness, if you will, about the fact that conflicts exist and now we need to address them. as a community. Applause and clap. We're all clapping for you. Thank you, Maria Magdelena, for a fantastic session. The first question from Lisa Laxton is, what is the age range of your students? And she says K through 12. So we're talking kindergarten through senior in high school. So ages probably 4 or 5 until 18. Any other questions? We still have a couple of minutes. And let me tell you that Marcel has a booth in the speaker booth area. I'm trying to pull up the booth number as we speak. And she is at, let's see, booth number 16 on emotions in the OSCC Expo 3 region. So be sure to check her out. What is the most common conflict? That's a really good question, Lisa. And Ada asks, are all of the students Indonesian? So Marcel, what's the most common conflict, and are all of your students Indonesian? The answer is Lisa. It is the group rivalry and the language enthusiast that is the most common set of conflicts. And are all the students Indonesian, Marcel? Marcel says, yes, they are all Indonesian because we use the Bahasa Indonesia, but we are also open for international students as well. Thank you, Maria, for an informative and interesting presentation. Please continue to field questions as they come in the text chat. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5:30, and it's called Do You Know Who I Am? Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 23 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region and to check out Maria's booth there, as well as the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and to you, the audience.
Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass of the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every known chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
And we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Do You Know Who I Am? Avatars and Identities. Our speakers are Bethany Winslow and Marie Vans, who's M. Vans Lapis. Bethany Winslow is the Director of Online Learning for the School of Information at San Jose State University. Marie Vans is an associate professor in the Department of Systems Engineering at Colorado State University, where her research is focused on the use of augmented and virtual reality for education. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me.
You sound great.
Okay, good evening and welcome to our talk titled, Do You Know Who I Am? Assumptions about Avatars and Identities. My name is Marie Vans in the physical world and M. Vans Lapis in the Metaverse. I am an associate professor in the Department of Systems Engineering at Colorado State University, as well as an adjunct faculty member of San Jose State University iSchool. My co-presenter is Bethany Winslow in the physical world and Bethany the virtual version in the Metaverse. Bethany is the Director of Online Learning at San Jose State University School of Information. So our short presentation today will cover 4 main points, including what sparked this project, Do You Know Who I Am? What we think might be going on, what do we think? How we go about figuring that out, let's study this, and how can you get involved? We need your help. Let's start with a story. Once upon a time, a CSU, Colorado State University, researcher wanted to create a 3D space where students could come and learn about mental health resources. She showed it to about 200 people who all loved it and thought it was amazing to be able to walk around as an avatar and interact with content that could get students in touch with the resources they need. And this is what this wonderful place looks like. It's located in spatial.io, and it's basically a 3D website that allows students to come in and see what the university offers in the way of mental health resources. But then the 201st person who came in got a default avatar that looked like this on the screen. Unfortunately, this person had never been in a virtual environment before, saw my avatar with non-functional katana swords on her back, and then noticed the avatar they came in with was wearing a hijab, and immediately assumed that all the avatars were sexualized, stereotypical, and for the avatar they had, an assassin. The belt on her leg became the silent assassin's knife. result, the entire site was shut down and not made public when it was supposed to. But here are a few of the other sexualized, in quotes, stereotypical, in quotes, violent, non-inclusive default avatars that you can get in Spatial. And of course I'm being sarcastic here. Spatial IO community guidelines say that at Spatial, we prioritize safety, diversity, inclusion, and authenticity. We encourage creators to celebrate what makes them unique and viewers to engage what inspires them. And we believe that a safe environment helps everyone express themselves openly. And we deeply value the global nature of our community, and we strive to take into account the breadth of cultural norms where we operate, which happens to be around the world. You'll notice these default, but yeah, that's true that some of these are Ready Player Me avatars because they work with Spatial, but these are default avatars. These are the ones that you can get when you just jump in. But you'll notice that these default avatars are very diverse. And as are these male avatars. Okay, but the story does have a happy ending. We reached out to Spatial and told them of our concerns, and they changed the default avatar for everyone who uses the platform. It is no longer possible to get that assassin, quote unquote, avatar by mistake when you first jump into Spatial. Now you have to go out of your way to recreate her if you want. But what this experience taught us is that people who have never been in one of these virtual spaces have all kinds of biases, and they see things that aren't even there. As longtime virtual worlds inhabitants, we became curious about the assumptions and biases people bring into these worlds based on their experiences with them. So our working hypotheses are that there is a correlation between the level of experience working in virtual environments and a lower degree of bias about the person behind the avatar. More specifically, a person who has never interacted in a virtual environment with other avatars will make assumptions about the person based on the appearance of their avatar. A person who has spent several years in virtual environments interacting with other avatars will not make assumptions about the person based on the appearance of their avatar. So our project seeks to determine whether we can show that these hypotheses are true. So I'm now going to turn this presentation over to Bethany so she can explain how we are planning to do this.
Great. Thanks so much, Marie. I hope you guys can hear me fine. Using a browser-based VR room to illustrate this topic was an easy choice for us. Marie and I have talked at this conference before a few years back about Mozilla Hub's rooms as sort of a gateway drug, if you will, to help onboard people who are new to virtual environments so that they could experience the power of them firsthand. At the iSchool, we started using Mozilla Hubs about 2 years ago. Our programs are 100% online, and we felt this was the easiest way to allow all of our students, faculty, and staff the opportunity to explore VR because no accounts or special equipment is needed. But I found that even when I've advertised this opportunity widely, interest in all things virtual still remains a really niche thing. Even when the American Library Association considers VR an important trend, our students are not beating a path to it. Most of the students who come this way seem to identify as gamers. That's just anecdotal on my part. But it seems to me that those students who do get involved, just like this audience here, we don't represent the average person. But Marie and I knew we wanted to create a hubs room to illustrate the range of avatars and the diversity of the real people behind them. Even before we started to think about this as a research study, honestly, this idea just started out as a contribution to the iSchool's Banned and Controversial Gallery that's shown on the screen here. Banned books is something all librarians understand. But banned avatars, not so much. Marie, the next slide, please. So after the debacle with the Avi with the hijab, Marie and I had several conversations about the different avatars we've used over the years and those we've seen our colleagues and students use. We thought maybe we'd have some kind of interactive exercise of some sort in the virtual gallery where participants could maybe choose the avatar that they thought best matched a real demographic profile. For example, a 58-year-old white female educator who teaches a graduate level course on young adult fiction in a library sciences program. Would people with more experience in world be more creative in their avatar choices than someone with little to no experience? Now, this slide shows my own Second Life avatar that I specifically dressed, and I really like precisely because it is my very professional librarian looking avatar. And this is how I'd really look in most classrooms or library settings. But if I was teaching a course on young adult fiction, I might want to replicate some character like the other Abby. The other one is my riff on a Laura Croft Furiosa tank girl kind of avatar. But what would most new users choose? Which one looks like a real librarian, right? I think most people would pick the normal one. Advance the slide for me, please, Marie. Thank you. So we ended up scaling down really grand ambitions for a big, complex virtual reality gallery. And we just started with gathering a few examples from our VR Exploders list. We asked for volunteers who would be willing to go public with their real names and identities. Now, all of us here are comfortable in this space. If you're wearing, the hippo avatar or some other weird or unconventional avatar, nobody here bats an eye. The opportunities to express the different layers of our identities, it's just part of the culture that we take for granted in here. But I'm sure you can all remember what it was like to be a newbie, about how alien all of this was at first. It's just, there's so many different communities and identities. It's like multiverses in this metaverse, but social and cultural change doesn't happen overnight. So this kind of project is about trying to identify and understand the disconnects, especially for the people who are going to be new in these environments. We think we've got a culture war now in the physical world. Let's add the interest and adoption of social VR right now. And the landscape is shifting more quickly than ever. For newbies, it really is going to be everything, everywhere, all at once. Next slide, please. So in some ways, this is just the beginning. A few weeks ago, Fortnite restricted half their skins and emotes, which apparently caused a bit of an uproar among their user base. The Fortnite situation was part of a larger rollout of region ratings. And so if you go somewhere G-rated, some of your stuff doesn't work anymore. And there were some users that have been complaining, however, that some of those restrictions don't actually make sense. Having a gun is an obvious thing to ban, but who's going to determine what's acceptable or not on a large scale? Will people be inclined to view the cool straps on our cyberpunk outfits as bandoliers? Can any of us agree on what constitutes any number of things? What is sexism or cultural appropriation, for example? So this slide shows a couple screenshots of our avatars and identities gallery. And we put the link to the survey that we created in the room itself. But we didn't want to just show randomly generated avatars. We wanted visitors to know that these are real people. So the inquiry questions that are in the room help visitors to more deeply engage with this topic. You land in the room in front of a mirror, and immediately the questions begin. A person might see themselves for the first time embodied as an avatar. The mirror literally and figuratively invites self-reflection. Who are you? How do you see yourself? And each avatar in the room also poses various questions of the avatar. Am I dressed inappropriately? How could you define me? How old do you think I am? Who defines what it means to be authentic? What is my real gender identity? Do I look like an educator? What do you assume about me? Am I obligated to present myself in a certain way? Knowing that they're real people on the other side of these avatars, we think makes these reflection questions a great primer for then taking our survey. Marie, you can go to the next slide. Yes, and we've got that copy. Thank you. So what exactly are we trying to measure? Words like assumptions or bias are loaded, but they're nebulous. Speaking of avatars and identities, Marie and I are like Snarky and Sass shown here. Getting all excited and gathering ideas like chipmunks gather acorns, and we should have been prepared to change into squirrel avies and throw a bunch of question marks all over the stage. But sorting out all of the question options and deciding on the format was harder than we expected. We thought we'd show a collage of our participants' avatars with hotspots on them, and then have people try and match the avatar to the real biographic information. But you know, that's not meaningful data. Even just thinking about how to code specific visual representations is a challenge. For example, what shade of skin is going to be the correct one to represent, in general, a person of color? So years ago, there weren't that many options to be a virtual person, but the options have grown exponentially since then. How many of us here now have multiple avatars in multiple virtual environments right now? But you can only ask so many questions on a survey, and you can only show so many representative, quote unquote, avatars. What we really wanted to measure is the confidence someone has in making assumptions. Do they assume anything about ethnic identity? Do they assume if a person is a teenager? Or what would they assume about gender? Marie, we can go to the next slide. Thanks. Now, do they assume anything about ethnic identity? You know, those sort of questions. We finally decided on a collection of these questions that, broadly speaking, does two things. First, it gathers a person's feelings about using an avatar for themselves, even if they're brand new, just hypothetically. And second, to indicate their level of confidence in specific scenarios with some stock avatar photos. So we've got 17 questions total. Most of them are on a 5-point Likert scale, multiple choice. We have 12 questions that solicit things like the participants' chosen gender identity, their age, how much experience they have with using avatars. And it didn't even occur to me until recently to wonder if we shouldn't also be asking questions about sexuality. But we are trying to focus on just one research question. Are people with less experience in virtual worlds more likely to have biased assumptions about the avatars they see and what kind of person inhabits those avies? So the last 5 questions show some pictures of avatars and ask the survey taker to indicate their level of confidence in making what we think are pretty generic assumptions. For example, with this Hellboy avatar shown, what do you guys think? Maybe put in chat what you think a newbie would think of this Abby. Do you think they'd assume the person behind the avatar is younger and more likely to be male? See, Lear even says he's cute. I agree, he is cute. Actually, next slide, please, Marie. But after a person has visited our gallery and taken the survey, they get a link to a second gallery. And that one is called Behind the Avatar. And visitors can see the real people who contributed to this project. But we need more if we're going to really represent the full range of diversity that exists. So we're hoping some of you might want to get involved. We also haven't found any good research yet that addresses this topic precisely. So please do let us know if you know of any, and please do visit our booth. We have information there so that you can visit our hubs room. We do hope you'll take our survey. And don't miss the second gallery to meet some of our participants. Marie and I really want to say a big thank you to our colleagues. And, you know, they've contributed to this information. We've got a last slide here with our contact information. And so we're hoping to report on early results at the VWBPE conference in Second Life in March, but we also want to get IRB approval to really do this on a large scale. This is sort of a prototype at this point, but we're really hoping to define it. So, and do a formal study and publish our results. Our note card giver in the booth has links to more information. And I think we may have a minute to answer any questions. Booth 11, yes, thank you so much, everyone.
And thank you, Bethany and Marie, for an informative and interesting presentation. Please give them your comments and questions in the text chat. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will be at 5:30 in this keynote region, and it's entitled Supercar, a versatile and low-impact land vehicle scripting system.
so real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. strumming with passion so real. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode. Every note and chord a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.
Live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 to 6 p.m. session of the 2023 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Supercar, a versatile and low-impact land vehicle scripting system. Our speaker is Cuga Rajal. Cuga Rajal is an active content creator, and he assists with the Open Simulator core development. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC23. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to present an overview of the Supercar land vehicle scripting system. And Supercar is an open source, versatile, low impact land vehicle scripting system that has been in development for about 8 years. The system supports a wide range of creative options and has been tailored for low lag, ease of upgrades, and installation simplicity. It is compatible across all V2Viewer grids and physics engines, primarily Bullet and U-Boat. The project started in 2015 during an Open Simulator project at Burn 2, the Burning Man Regional and Second Life. The Burn 2 team wanted to build a standalone Open Simulator version of their art festival so that it could be demoed offline from a laptop at the real-life Burning Man event. One of my tasks in that project was to import a selection of their art cars into Open Simulator, and the search for a compatible car script became central to that effort. After reviewing a number of script options, I settled on a modified version of Shin InGen's Supercar project. After the event was over, that script became the basis of a long-term project. Shin was not planning to develop the project any further after 2015. And in 2016, by permission, I forked the project and started a GitHub page where it has resided since. The scripting system has always been targeted primarily for Open Simulator while maintaining compatibility with Second Life. Also at that time, I established a roadmap and goals for the script development as follows. First, I wanted to merge the best features of all the car scripts into a single script which can handle the needs of all the cars. We had a large collection initially with many different types of scripts, good and bad, and with various issues, and we wanted to an easier way to maintain it and fix the bugs, and we needed a simple method to update the scripts across all the vehicles without having to hand edit or transfer any of the settings. The script also needed to be sufficiently low lag to work with multiple cars operated in regions, simultaneously, and already full of regions that are already full of scripted art and near avatar capacity. Finally, it needed to be easy to install and configure for people not familiar with scripting, allowing people to focus on design and creativity. Many improvements and enhancements were added over the years. Highlights include the following. The initial release of the script merged the best features of a variety of car scripts and allowed us to use a single script for all the vehicles. An optional note card configuration feature was added. If the configuration note card is present in the contents of the car, the script uses the settings in the note card and ignores settings within the script. This allows the script to work standalone, but we always recommend using the note card so that script updates, such as bug fixes, can be a simple drop-in replacement without having to hand transfer or hand edit any settings. Initially, the wheels required separate scripts to turn and stop the wheels in response to driver controls. And more recently, the script has been reworked so that no wheel scripts are required anymore, and all wheel movement is managed by the core script. One of the primary goals is to make the scripting system easy to use for non-scripters and less experienced builders. The process to set up rotating wheels, especially mesh wheels, was historically the most difficult part of the scripting system, and where a lot of people really got hung up. A recent development has been to use a series of dialogues and visual feedback to complete the wheel setup without requiring any script knowledge, any script editing, math calculations, or guesswork. A temporary script runs through the dialogues, writes the configurations to the wheel's prim descriptions, and then deletes itself. The core script then reads in the configurations and manages all wheel movement. In many cases, the script count of all of the cars as a result of this change went from 5 scripts per car to 1 script per car. Low impact has always been one of the most important features. Development has been an iterative process, adding only features that are needed and thinning out features when possible to keep memory footprint low. Features needed for certain use cases were sometimes moved to separate scripts, keeping the core script as thin as possible. There were many performance optimizations along the way as well. For example, llgetvel, where it queries the server for the velocity of the car, was actually a source of significant lag and was present in the original engine script and many others that you find around in script archives. We decided to remove it from the core script control loop, and since it's only used with race car HUD, we moved that feature to the race car script since it's only needed for race car applications. Another important feature on low lag is how the script manages child prim types to minimize impact on the server. When the script initializes, it reads in the physics types of all the child prims and stores them in memory. When the driver sits to drive the car, just before the car goes physical, the script changes all the child prims to physics type none. The server then only needs to make physics calculations on the root prim, reducing CPU cycles. When the driver stands, the script restores the original physics types to the child prims. A reserved prim name can override this behavior and allow the prim to remain physical for special applications that require it. Add-on scripts provide extra functionality, such as headlight switching, managing passenger sit animations. It's common to use a one-to-one correspondence between script and prim, dropping the script into the prim that's to be affected. We added the option to control some key functions across all the prims with a single script to reduce total script count on the car, such as managing all headlights and brake lights with a single script, or managing all passenger animations with one script. Server impact has been evaluated occasionally by watching script CPU and memory usage in a controlled setting. Script CPU is spiky during use and is sometimes hard to quantify. Running several instances of the script or driving several cars concurrently can be useful to get a more reproducible results for aggregate CPU usage and for simulator dilation percentage. Then A/B tests can be reproduced more consistently. The configuration note card contains all the user-defined settings for the core script and a short explanation for each. The following highlights a few of them. The core script has predefined speeds and turning radii that work well for the average size vehicle. Very large or very small vehicles, however, can benefit by using custom turning radii for a more realistic driving experience. These can be added to the configuration note card as an option. The number of gears available to the driver is also configured. While there's normally not a need to adjust speed settings for each gear, this option is also available. Different sounds can be defined in the configuration to trigger or loop with various driver controls such as forward, idle, start, stop, etc. Driver permissions can be set a number of different ways. It can be configured for owner only, for group only, or for anyone to drive. There's also a whitelist option that allows driving for a list of avatar UUIDs. A few features have been added to solve common problems with land vehicles. One example is that the vehicle is often left in a different location than when it started. visitors come, drive a car, and then leave it somewhere else. And then the owner is like, where's my car? So the script solves this with an auto park option that causes the car to park itself back to a predefined location after a set time interval. And this is triggered when the driver stands. A local chat message informs people nearby that the auto park is engaged, so they have the opportunity to take control before the car relocates. The auto park is canceled if a new driver takes control before then. Another scenario we addressed is that of a bus, which makes periodic stops to let people off and bring people on board. Since child prims are set to physics type none while driving, walking on and off the vehicle or finding a place to sit can be problematic. A bus mode option in the configuration file allows the driver to touch the vehicle to temporarily turn off physics and restore child prim types while remaining seated, making walking on and off the bus much easier. This can also trigger the temporary deployment of a boarding ramp while temporarily parked. Another requested feature was compatibility with AV Sitter. With this compatibility mode enabled, the core script does not manage any avatar animations. A number of add-on scripts are included with the scripting system. Some of these were separated out from the core script at some point, and others were added to solve problems or to add creative options. Race car features, which were part of the original Shin Engine script, have been moved to a separate script now to keep the core script as lean as possible. A speedometer HUD with button controls is included with the kit, and along with an associated script to manage that. And we also include an alternate version and a separate version, a separate add-on script manages the temp attached deployment and communication with that HUD. There are add-on scripts to manage such things as headlights, brake lights, passenger sits, opening and closing doors, honking horns, and more. In cases where we saw multiple instances of the same script being used on the same vehicle, such as passenger sits and headlights, we include an alternate version that can manage that function across all the prims with a single script. Documentation that comes with the kit includes a full description of the link messages passed from the core script to the child prims. These can be used to trigger customizable actions on sit, stand, forward, reverse, stop, and gear change. One creative use of this API was to assemble a series of prims to represent tank treads, and then a custom script to activate a texture animation on those prims from the link messages. This creates the illusion that the vehicle movement is being caused by the tank tread motion. We set up a vehicle demo in the OSCC sandbox to demonstrate this and other link message API examples. The latest version of the script package and documentation are available at GitHub. The address shown on the screen here. You can also get a copy of this presentation from the giver boxes that have been set out, either here at the presentation keynote areas or at the sandbox or at the booth number 6 as well. At OSCC, car scripts are available at the presenter booth number 6 and at the sandbox next to the demo vehicles. The script package is also available in World at the Deep Playa grid with the address also shown there, and also printed on the presentation transcript. You can test drive a wide range of vehicles at the Deep Playa grid as well. I give occasional workshops in World by request, and I will be in the OSCC sandbox on Sunday during lunchtime to answer any more detailed questions. If you have a vehicle that you would like to script up, bring it to the sandbox and I can help you get started. And with that, I think that finishes the presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you. That was a fantastic session. While we're waiting for questions, what made you get started with this? I know you explained that you took over the project and forked it, but was it the Burning Man 2 event? Is that what inspired you? The special cars?
Originally it was, and then as I became more involved in Open Simulator, I realized I just really liked cars, and I developed a pretty large collection of cars on my own in Open Simulator, and so I had an ongoing need to work with and improve the scripting system. I also became the Department of Mutant Vehicles lead at Burn 2. Basically, I'm in charge of the cars at the virtual Burning Man regional, and so I kind of use it both in my own region for the cars that I have there, and for managing a large collection. I'm a custodian of about 70 different art cars that have been contributed by different members there.
Wow.
And so this script is useful for that as well.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. Well, thank you for such a fantastic session. Yeah, go right ahead.
And if anybody is still looking for a copy of the transcript with link information or landmarks to the demos, there's a cardboard box just in front of the podium now where you can click and get a copy into your inventory. Okay, well, I'm gonna jump into the car and the car does not move, but you'll be able to see and hear an example of some of the race car effects.
Great. Well, while you're doing that, I'll
There we go.
there you go. All right, great. No, teasing. Couldn't resist. Oh, that's fun. Well, thank you, Cuga, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you'll want to check out conference.opensimulator.org and see what's coming up on this conference schedule. We hope you've enjoyed today's conference and invite you to move to the music region at OSCC Music, where we will end the evening with 3 amazing artists beginning at 6 p.m. We also encourage you to look through the OSCC Expos for our sponsor and crowdfunder booths and for all our speaker booths and their presentations. Thank you again to Cuga and to you, the audience.
So real. Every note and chord, a sensation you can feel. Drums beating in the binary, bass in the code. In the cyber symphony, our spirits explode.